වඩා වෙනස්. උතුරේ ආර්ථිකයේ බිඳවැටීම දුක්ඛිතභාවය පුළුල්ව ඇති වී තිබෙනවා. මෙවන් තත්ත්වයක් අන් එක්සත් නොවුණු සමහර කරදරකාරී රටවල් වල දකින්න පුළුවන්.
Korea can eventually become a shining example to the world of how peace can arise from conflict. Hopefully, persistence and dedication to continued communications between North and South will make this possible. Peace is the natural state of mankind. Peace is the precondition for material progress that all nations strive for. We have great institutions such as the UN dedicated to peace, but the efforts of institutions of peace will remain intangible without the efforts of individuals working within their communities to provide the ground level, day-to-day foundation for lasting peace.
The reality tells us that the United Nations simply cannot do more than what its member states agree to carry out in a spirit of collaboration, mutual trust, and consensus building in accordance with the United Nations Charter. In this context, the work of the UPF is quite meaningful because through this robust platform, we can lay the initial groundwork that allows the path to peace.
What we learned through this challenging time in my country and around the planet is that there's nothing that's impossible when nations work together for the common good. That said, the dream of a united Korea is possible.
We must join hands and make concerted efforts to douse the raging fires of conflicts, animosities, and distrust, impeding progress and well-being of our people through increased cooperation, harmony, and dialogue.
Speakers highlighted challenges to peace, like resistance to denuclearization, foreign troops in South Korea, strained relations in the Asia-Pacific region, and core differences in the values between the two systems.
70 years ago, when war broke out on the Korean Peninsula, the Philippines became the first Asian country to send contingent forces to aid South Korea. Right then and there, on the battlefield, a lasting brotherhood was formed between the Filipino and Korean nation.
Being the birthplace of Buddha, the apostle of peace, one of the fundamental bases of Nepal's foreign policy is to work and promote world peace. Nepal had experienced a violent conflict of 10 years before our peace process started. It took almost a decade before democracy was fully restored and our new constitution promulgated. This whole process was a Nepali-owned and Nepali-led venture. We were grateful to the international community for their support and encouragement.
I truly believe that parliamentary diplomacy is a powerful platform to advance the culture of peace. It has been more than 7 decades that the Korean War has started. Although the war did end in July 1953 with the signing of this armistice in Panmunjom. A peace treaty has yet to be realized, and it is indeed in this spirit that I appeal to the international community, especially the government of the two Koreas, to work hard so that a peace treaty could be reached in some point.
We must go beyond an armistice to a peace treaty. The DMZ needs to open. Families need to be reunited. Cultures need to interact. The reunification of the Korean Peninsula will be a very substantial, powerful, and positive force for good.
So just what could peace on the Korean Peninsula look like? Summit speakers offered a range of solutions, including the encouragement of new friendships with the North Korean people through trade, tourism, and cultural exchanges, and the development of an Asia-Pacific Union.
The contribution of the co-founders of the Universal Peace Federation are admirable. The proposal to the family of Asia Pacific nations to establish an Asia Pacific Union is a visionary idea, and I hope we can discuss further to materialize it.
We do not presume to know each person's struggles, but we can offer our heartfelt compassion and willingness to move forward together, side by side, as brothers and sisters in our pursuit for peace.
Despite recent missile launches from North Korea, great strides for peace have been established, with former U.S. President Donald Trump's historic visit to the DMZ in 2019 for talks with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. This built on South Korean President Moon Jae-in's trip to Pyongyang in 2018. World Summit leaders emphasized the importance of international cooperation, focusing on spiritual values as essential to usher in a new culture of peace.
With the preparation towards today's World Summit, I have been reflecting on all the UPF summits I have been fortunate to be a part of since my very first with the Universal Peace Federation in Seoul, 2013. Unification of the Korean Peninsula has been at the forefront of the agenda every year. Every year, from my own experience and feelings, I have felt the strength, the faith and belief of everyone participating in the summit that unification is possible and will happen in our lifetimes.
यस कार्यमा बहुक्षेत्रीय समाजले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेल्न सक्छन्। अन्तर्निर्भर विश्व व्यवस्थामा यस्ता महत्त्वपूर्ण कार्यका लागि अन्तर्देशीय सहकार्यको विकल्प छैन। उपक्षेत्रीय, क्षेत्रीय र अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सहकार्यका लागि यस प्रकारका अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय संवाद बढाउँदै लैजान जरुरी छ।
Please join me in working, striving, and praying for a Korea that is safe, prosperous, flourishing, united, and finally at peace.
In a letter, former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, said he believed honest dialogue among world leaders is crucial for peace on the Korean Peninsula, saying, "We cannot build trust without honesty." Working with Cambodia's Asian Vision Institute, a resolution was signed at the summit by Dr. Moon and co-chairs Prime Minister Hun Sen of Cambodia and former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, now to be implemented through the outlined next steps.
We hope very much to build on the foundation of these recommendations going forward and make impact and a difference in our world for the sake of peace, particularly here in Korea, but more widely in Northeast Asia and throughout the Asia Pacific and worldwide region.
The Asian Vision Institute, based in Phnom Penh, served as Asia Pacific Secretariat for Think Tank 2022 and the World Summit 2022. The Institute is an independent think tank that applies Asian cultural values to address regional and global issues.
The summit signifies the humanity's love for peace, as we were able to unite leaders from across the globe from different schools of thought. World Summit 2022 is extremely timely and relevant, especially with the political climate of this time. It created a platform for all leaders and leaders of different fields to convene and engage in serious dialogue.
Previous World Summit speakers have also shared similar calls for peace through UPF's pillars of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Our duty is not just to live and endure the time, but to take stock of it, celebrate the crisis, the mitigate risk, and find lasting solution.
Already new breakthroughs are happening. UPF is looking to transition from a non-governmental organization to a state partnership organization so as to interact with governments around the world.
It gave a vision of leadership on the global level that the world is yearning to have. UPF, partnering with the Cambodian government, was able to show a civil society government partnership that really is unseen today in the world. And this is important because the content that we dealt with were the issues that have to be dealt with from a moral perspective, from a political perspective, from an academic, religious perspective. We were able to cover so many different areas and give clarity to these fundamental issues.
From topics covering moral and political perspectives to academia and media, as well as economic, cultural, and religious views, the unique summit captured the world's hope for peace from all sectors of society.
Peace is not just the destination. Peace is also the journey. That journey has seen the UPF make progressive steps towards this vision, and it is my sincere hope and prayer that peace will be achieved for the Korean Peninsula very soon.
On the ground, work has taken off to bring this vision of peace to grassroots communities.
On the micro level, I'm here in the Philippines, and we're reaching out to mayors and governors, and we're sharing with them the content. It gives tremendous hope and synergy, both on the macro world level and on the national level, and even in the local level.
So what's next? Bigger and better, a goal of UPF's next World Summit, and possibly bringing it to Pyongyang, where North Korean leaders can join the global conversation of sustainable peace and reunifying the Korean Peninsula. Anyone can get involved and support UPF's World Summit and this global movement for peace by registering online.
Yes, thank you so much. And that was the World Summit 2022. We would like to inform everyone that our guest of honors will be entering soon, so please settle down. And we would like to extend also our greetings to the many participants who are connected with us via Zoom. Thank you so much. And we would like to inform that we are live via live streaming of our PTV4, Philippine Television Channel 4, the Philippines Government Television Network. People can watch us also through the official pages, YouTube and Facebook page of the Universal Peace Federation. So please settle down. Soon we were about to have the arrival of our heads of states and our honored guests. And also we would like to call the members of the dais to please proceed to your seats in our stage, to Dr. Robert Esquitel, to our Mr. Damian Dunkley, please. May our usher and usherette guide the members of our dais to their respective seats in our stage. To Honorable Ibrahim Shahid from Maldives. To Professor Dr. Anup Soap from Australia. Dr.-elect Tabiterm Sakul from Thailand. His Excellency Dr. Seng Somoni from Cambodia. And the other members of the dais, please. We would like to call also Dr. Bernadette and also Dr. Jessica Wijhaja, Honorable Dr. Chayong Satipanon, please be on the dais.
mayroon kang zoom up, Manilo? Zoom ba, zoom?
Yes, and once again, this is the opening plenary of the International Leadership Conference, Asia Pacific Region. We have heads of states, former prime ministers, ambassadors from different nations, leaders from government and other fields are present today and tomorrow in our International Leadership Conference. We will have 2 sessions this morning, and then in the afternoon, after lunch, we will have the other sessions as well. We would like to encourage everyone to be punctual and also participate in the schedules of our International Leadership Conference. For now, we are waiting, and soon our heads of states and guests of honors will arrive. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce the arrival of our heads of states and guests of honors. A round of applause, please. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of our heads of states and guests of honors. Thank you so much. Individually, we are a drop, but together we are an ocean of peace for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now attending the opening plenary session of ILC, International Leadership Conference. It is a great honor for me to introduce to you our moderator, none other than Dr.-elect Taviterm Sakul. Currently, he serves as Vice Regional Chair of the Universal Peace Federation Asia Pacific, the Vice of UPF Thailand, and the Chair of Family Federation for World Peace and Unification Foundation Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, big applause please for Dr.-elect Taviterm Sakul.
Lewat sa iyo, maingay.
Good morning, Excellencies, honorable and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr.-elect Taviterm Sakul, Vice Chair of UPF Asia Pacific. Welcome to the Universal Peace Federation International Leadership Conference 2022 Asia Pacific here in Manila, Philippines. It is an honor for me to serve as your moderator for this opening plenary session on the topic toward a unified Korea, creating a global culture of peace. It has been more than 70 years since the Korean War started in 1950. Since then, the Korean Peninsula remains tragically divided at the 38th parallel. No peace treaty has been signed. Despite many efforts to open a path to peace and reconciliation, but the conflict still remains. Nevertheless, we are confident that peace is possible. Through ILC 2022, and with your help, we hope to contribute substantially to the goal of peaceful, unified Korea and a peaceful, unified world. So we are truly grateful for your participation, despite a very short notice and invitation, and your busy schedules. This is truly the expression of your peace-loving heart as the global citizens and global leaders. Thank you so very much. To begin this plenary session, may I request everyone to rise for a peace invocation and followed by the national anthem. Peace invocation will be led by Reverend Dr. Edgardo de Jesus, the parish priest.
We put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Mankind will not have peace until it turns with trust to God's mercy. God of creation, God of salvation, God of mercy, empower our organizers, Universal Peace Federation, the Asia Pacific International Leadership Conference, our speakers and delegates, to be channels of peace and harmony as we reflect our theme toward peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula in order to create a global culture of peace. Empower us to bring unity during these difficult times of armed conflict, misunderstanding, self-centeredness, and confusion. We believe that working and returning to the dialogue table, working together with wisdom, sincerity, and resolve, we can illuminate the path to peace, both the Korean Peninsula and beyond. Dear Lord, what is impossible for us is possible for you. We know that our prayer is the best weapon for the return of peace in Korean Peninsula. And through prayer, we become one people, sons and daughters of this one God. And we firmly believe we will achieve world peace and unification in our lifetime. We believe that Korea can eventually become a shining example to the world of how peace can arise from conflict. And most of all, dear Lord, let peace begin with me. Make me your channel of peace. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Next will be the national anthem. Please remain standing. Thank you very much. Please be seated. For this UPF International Leadership Conference, we have many participants here from many nations and also others from online registered participants. First, I would like to recognize many excellencies and special VIPs who are with us today. We have with us His Excellency Pamananjar, former Vice President of Nepal. His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani, former Prime Minister of Pakistan. His Excellency Johnson Thoribiong, former President of Palau. His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena, former President of Sri Lanka. And we also have with us the Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., President Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity of the Philippines. His Excellency Dr. Sen Somani, Secretary of State, Ministry of Cults and Religion, Cambodia. His Excellency Cheng Vanarit, President of Asian Vision Institute. Ambassador Krishna Rajan, Chairman of UPF India. Honorable Ajay Dutt, Member of Legislative Assembly of Delhi. Honorable Ibrahim Shahid Saki, former Ambassador of Maldives to Singapore. Honorable Dr. Chayong Satipanon, former Ambassador of Thailand to the United States of America. Mr. Damian Dunkley, Regional President, FFWPU Asia Pacific 1. Honorable Eknath Takal, Chairman of UPF Asia Pacific. Dr. Robert Kittrell, Co-Chair UPF Asia Pacific. His Excellency Dr. Bohan Uddin, Ambassador of Bangladesh to the Philippines. His Excellency Dr. Amtiaz Kasi, Ambassador of Pakistan to the Philippines. His Excellency Shobini Gunesekera, Ambassador of Sri Lanka to the Philippines. His Excellency Rani Agus Wijojo, Ambassador of Indonesia to the Philippines. Next, I would like to introduce the participants from many nations attending this conference. I would like to request participants here from each nation to rise for recognition. And in order to save time and energy, we may give just a big round of applause at the end of all the nations' introduction. We have participants from Australia, Austria, Cambodia, Fiji, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Maldives, Myanmar, Nepal, New Zealand, Pakistan, Palau, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, USA, and also from the online, we have additional registered participants from other nations, such as Bhutan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Papua New Guinea, Singapore, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. Let us give a big round of applause for all the participants here and also from the online participants. Thank you. Next, we are going to have welcome remarks from Honorable Leopoldo Butterwill, the Mayor of Lingayen, Pangasinan, and also the President of IAPP Philippines, representing the host country. He really wants to be with us here today, but even though he cannot be with us this morning, he has sent his welcome remarks video. So please welcome Honorable Leopoldo Butterwill. Welcome to the Philippines, respected colleagues from over 70 countries. I speak before all of you with paramount goodwill, great privilege, and utmost delight. Let me extend my warmest welcome to very important personalities who have made this event conceivable, to the Universal Peace Federation, led by Honorable Dr. Yon Young-Hu and Honorable Dr. Thomas Walsh, to our esteemed keynote speakers, to the admired session moderators, and to all other well-regarded participants from all over Asia Pacific who made and who were able to attend with their steadfast belief on the reunification of the Korean Peninsula. A beautiful day, my distinguished colleagues. Last February 13, a very significant instrument called the Seoul Resolution was adopted and signed during the World Summit 2022 towards sustainable peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. The resolution cites, among others, that collaborative effort will urge the two Koreas and the international community to pursue bilateral and multilateral diplomatic approaches to avoiding military confrontations, maintaining and promoting peace, stability and predictability, and increasing mutual understanding and confidence towards a complete, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Current and former heads of state, government, parliamentarians, high-level representatives, religious leaders, academicians, business and media leaders, first ladies, women leaders, and artists participating in the World Summit 2022 have already joined the move to work in synergy towards the great Korean Peninsula we all hope it to be. The Philippines, pursuant to our Constitution and considering the presence of some of our leaders here today, is also ever supportive of such a movement. As I have been very persistent in saying, every fight, every war aims at only one thing, peace. While there is a seemingly natural reflex to fight with arms, our contemporary world gives us opportunities to resort to pacific modes, particularly with respect to our international relations. The United Nations Charter, to which most countries, including the Republic of Korea, adhere to, even expressly declares that international disputes must be resolved by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace, security, and justice are not endangered. The Charter even discourages threat or use of force as well as offensive warfare. I then commend this International Leadership Conference for being a concrete evidence of our consonance with peaceful mechanisms of the big possibility of a peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula and its positive effect to creating a global culture of peace. This gathering is loud and recurrent voice that calls for this reunification. The road we are traversing, leading to our objective, may not always be paved. There will be numerous ramifications to the social, political, geopolitical, and economic spheres. Nonetheless, we know that everything will be worth it. A unified Korea will be the first of many triumphs in the subject of international amity, cooperation, and harmony. Now, one thing is certain, all the peace talks, webinars, international leadership conferences like this one have been playing significant role to the forthcoming reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Thus, I congratulate each one of us here today. I knew this is the International Leadership Conference towards the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Good day and mabuhay. Thank you very much. Next, on behalf of the UPF International, we will have the welcome remarks from Honorable Eknath Takal, the Chair of UPF Asia Pacific and former Minister of Peace and Reconstruction of Nepal. Please welcome Honorable Eknath Takal.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lake, the moderator of the opening ceremony of Regional International Leadership Conference 2022 and Vice Chairman of UPF Asia Pacific. Your Excellency Johnson Toringbong, the former President of the Republic of Palau, Your Excellency Yusuf Raja Gilani, the former Prime Minister and Senator from the Pakistan, Your Excellency Maithripala Sirisena, the former President from Sri Lanka, Your Excellency Pramananda Jha, the former Vice President from the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, Honorable Dr. Yun Yong Ho, Director General of UPF International, who will be joining with us through video this morning. Also, Excellency Dr. Thomas Walsh, the International Chairman of UPF International, he will be also joining with us through video directly from Washington, D.C. Your Excellency Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, a former president from the Republic of Philippines, so she will be also connecting with us through video speech this morning. Your Excellency Carlito Galvez, the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity of the President Office of the Philippines. Dr. Robert Kittel, the Co-Chair, UPF Asia Pacific. Dr. Damien Dunkley, the Co-Chair for UPF Asia Pacific 1 and also Regional President for Family Federation for World Peace and Unification Asia Pacific 1. Distinguished delegates on the dais, Excellency Seng Somoni, the Deputy Secretary, Deputy Minister from the Royal Government of the Kingdom of Cambodia, Deputy Minister for Religion and Cults, Excellencies Ambassador from Indonesia, from Bangladesh, Pakistan, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Consul General from Nepal, and distinguished participants from 20 friendly nations from throughout Asia Pacific, distinguished participants from the host country, from the Republic of Philippines, from all different regions, ambassadors for peace, members from the press, UPF families, and ladies and gentlemen. So it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Regional International Leadership Conference organized by the Universal Peace Federation Asia Pacific. Thank you for taking your time to participate in this timely regional ILC. This ILC is a platform to discuss how to bring peace and reunification in the Korean Peninsula, as well as how to create a global culture of peace. The Universal Peace Federation, as an organization with general consultative status with the United Nations, has been dedicating its efforts over decades for the promotion of peace, brotherhood, and harmony throughout the world. UPF believes in partnership and cooperation through its various associations related to government, parliamentarians, interfaith, academics, media, culture, arts, and private sector. UPF aims to bring the new model of peace building in the 21st century through the government and civil society partnership. We know that achieving peace is a mission of all and for all. However, the countless efforts made by the various governments and government agencies, also known as track one approaches to peace, have not been able to bring the visible results in peace. Because of this, there is a need for an alternative approach. UPF is promoting track two diplomacy as a way to bring peace. Through the soft power approaches, we are enhancing the various informal agencies within the nations and the world to be active in the front line to establish peace in each region and in throughout the world. During this International Leadership Conference, we wish to discuss the Seoul Resolution, which was passed in the World Summit 2022 by the participants from the 157 friendly nations who have diplomatic relations between both South and North Korea. 85 current and former heads of state and government participated the said summit and supported the concept of two states toward one nation, one peninsula, one people, and one culture, proposed by Samdech Hun Sen, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia and co-chair of World Summit 2022, along with former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and our UPF co-founder Mother Moon. Within this ILC, we also wish to honor the life and legacy of the late former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan. He was a well-beloved man in Japan and in the whole world because of his incredible leadership and contribution to peace. There is truly a lot of learn from his life and legacy. I hope the participants of this ILC will be able to discuss on the various aspects of reunification and its application to the Asia-Pacific region. In addition, we hope to discuss the multilateral challenges and opportunities for peace in our Asia-Pacific region. For this reason, we thank the Philippines and Mayor Batawel for co-hosting this event at the Grand Hyatt in the city of Taguig, Metro Manila. We are happy that Manila, one of the most beautiful and lively cities of Asia Pacific, is the venue for UPF ILC 2022. So once again, I welcome you all to this ILC and please enjoy the world-class Filipino hospitality and the exquisite cuisine of the Philippines. Salamat po, mabuhay, and welcome to the ILC 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have the opening remarks given by His Excellency Pamananjar, the former Vice President of Nepal, and also the co-chair of ISCP, International Security Council for Peace in Asia Pacific. Please welcome His Excellency Pamananjar. Honorable Chairman Eknath Dhakal, honorable guests and speakers, excellencies, respected leaders from all walks of life, scholars, journalists, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I am so honored to be a part of this great initiative. First of all, I would like to give my sincere thanks to the founders, lead Dr. Sun Myung Moon and Mrs. Hak Ja Han Moon. In addition, it brings me immense pleasure to be here in the country of 1,107 islands, Philippines. I would also like to thank for the hospitality extended by Honorable Leopoldo and Betawile, Mayor of Lingayen, Pangasinan, and the government of the Philippines. I feel honored to speak among all leaders of the theme towards peaceful renunciation and the Korean Peninsula, creating a global culture of peace. In this International Leadership Conference 2022 from organized by the Universal Peace Federation, Asia Pacific. The Universal Peace Federation has been making progress throughout the world of peace, social stability, and economic progress. This great initiative would definitely bring a substantial roadmap for the reunification of the Korean Peninsula for peace, consonance, and interdependence, not only for the prosperity of the Korean Peninsula, but also for global peace. Building a common understanding for peace and security in the world as an indispensable foundation of world peace. Therefore, the initiation begun by Universal Peace Federation is equally important for the rest of the world. To achieve this goal, we must promote mutual love, respect, and the value of humanity, coexisting peacefully and harmoniously, and respect the diversity of faiths, religions, and cultures within and between societies. Our hope is to see a unified, prosperous, and peaceful Korea, which can be a dynamic powerhouse for the bright to future of Asia Pacific region and the rest of the world. Finally, I would like to thank the co-founder of Universal Peace Federation, Mother Moon, for inspiring leadership and tireless efforts in carrying these efforts to build a better future for our next generations to come. Last but not the least, I wish to relationship of Nepal and Philippines will stay stronger and longer with a common mission and vision regarding on how to become a standard bearer of peace. Mabuhay, thank you very much. Namaste to all. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. Next, before we proceed to the main keynote addresses, we will have a special video presentation from UPF. Please enjoy the video presentation.
War, famine, climate change, and political conflicts mark the 20th century. Leaders, through their unwavering spirit, led us in the era of harmony and peace, introduced a new path through the darkness. This was a great turning point in history, the dawn of a new millennium. Which era's message should we be listening to? UPF, as an NGO in special consultative status with the UN's ECOSOC, participates in global-level intergovernmental negotiations. UPF has chapters in more than 150 nations, and these chapters are working to create a peaceful world through various initiatives. The views of the founders, Reverend Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, in UPF's founding message, express their aim to overcome the limitations of the United Nations by ending conflicts around the globe and establishing sustainable peace. In January 2018, the African Summit 2018 was held in Dakar, Senegal. All 54 African nations participated. The theme was New Africa, Interdependence, Mutual Prosperity, and Universal Values. Representatives from all over the world are determined to work together to heal the painful history of Africa. Starting from the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa, they promise to work together on the Peace Road project that will connect the world.
인류가 서로 소통하고 높고 낮음이 없는 자유, 평등, 평화, 통일의 행복한 지상 천국을 이루는 데 있어서 아프리카 대륙이 나와 함께 나아가 주기를 축원합니다.
Peace Road can be called a global peace project in which global citizens participate beyond borders of religion and race. Each year, the Global Peace Road journey involves 120 nations connecting people around the world. Last month, for the International Leadership Conference in the capital of South Korea, Seoul, Park Won-soon, Seoul's mayor, and about 300 foreign affairs specialists, security experts, and leaders from all walks of life gathered to discuss the vision for peace on the Korean Peninsula. In 2016, the International Associations of Parliamentarians for Peace was launched in the presence of members of the U.S. Congress and in many other areas of the world. A group of 20 leaders in 70 countries participated in the inauguration, opening the stage for the founding of the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development. These organizations facilitate cooperation between political and religious figures. World Summit 2019, held in Seoul, South Korea, is the foundation of a peaceful world without conflict. The Youth and Student for Peace is a network of young, responsible people dedicated to building a future world of lasting peace. Universal Peace Federation and the Women Federation for World Peace Support, YSP. The Sunhak Peace Prize is given biannually in recognition of individuals and organizations that have made enduring contributions to help resolve worldwide suffering, conflict, poverty, and threats to the environment by promoting a comprehensive, future-oriented vision of peace. Peace is humanity's long-cherished hope. The dream of a peaceful, ideal world is about to begin.
세계 5색 인종은 모두 동등한 가치를 갖고 태어났습니다. 인종에 관한 하나님은 생명입니다. 생명. 21세기는 함께 더불어 사는 초인종, 초국가, 초종교의 시대입니다. 참사랑을 지배하는 시대가 열렸다는 말입니다.
When our dreams can open new possibilities, may our steps forward build the ideal world sooner. In order to convey the vision of a peaceful world, until the day when we sense peace approaching, the Universal Peace Federation will never stop. We will keep marching forward.
At this conference, we also have the program being broadcasted online, and we are also having now more than 200 registered participants with us throughout Asia Pacific region. So I would like to send our appreciation and greeting to all of them also. Thank you for joining with us here in Manila, in Philippines. So next, we will have the keynote addresses from our very special keynote speakers. Our first speaker, on behalf of the UPF founders, will be Honorable Dr. Yun Yong Ho, the Director General of UPF International, and also the Special Assistant to Dr. Hak Ja Han Moon, the co-founder of UPF. Even though he cannot be with us here today, but he has sent his keynote address video. So please welcome Honorable Dr. Yun Yong Ho.
Your Excellencies, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to meet you today and convey the warmest greetings of Dr. Hak Ja Han Moon, co-founder of UPF. During this International Leadership Conference, Asia Pacific held in Manila, Philippines, the theme is toward peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, creating a global culture of peace. This conference builds on the success of World Summit 2022, held in February of this year. That event was hosted by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Ja Han Moon and co-chaired by Excellency Samdech Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, and Excellency Ban Ki-moon, Eighth Secretary General of the United Nations. 85 current and former head of states addressed this historic summit. Invited representatives included 157 nations with diplomatic relations with North and South Korea. Delegates signed the Seoul Resolution, which urged the two Koreas and the international community to pursue bilateral and multilateral diplomatic approach to peace. It supported the concept of two states toward one nation, one peninsula, one people, one culture. The Seoul Resolution is being proposed as peace charter worldwide. The ongoing summit series promotes interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values as essential elements for building world peace. UPF and its 6 pillars of civil society work together across all sectors of society to resolve the conflict and reconcile the divided human family. Our programs address the critical challenges of our time while promoting constructive dialogue and multilateral cooperation For the sake of peace and human development, the Philippines is a perfect venue for this ILC. Our founder, Reverend Moon and Mother Moon, have deep love and respect for the Philippines and its people. I congratulate the newly elected President Bongbong Marcos and Vice President Sara Duterte. And I look forward to working together with the new administrations. This year, Mother Moon is bringing together the Africa and Asia continent. Later this year, UPF will hold an intercontinental summit between the top leadership of these two regions. Mother Moon is desperate to advance global peace for the future benefit of all humankind. I invite each of you to work with the 6 pillars of UPF related to your area of expertise. UPF is playing a critical role in bringing the diverse human family in unity and peaceful prosperity. Together, we are making a difference. Finally, this ILC 2022 also honors the legacy of the late Prime Minister of Japan, Excellency Shinzo Abe. Prime Minister Abe was a global leader, and he was respected and loved in Japan and the world. He contributed to two UPF events, the World Summit in February 2022 and the Rally of Hope on September 2021. UPF joined in heart and solidarity with peace leaders and citizens around the world in expressing sincere and heartfelt condolence to the family of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and to the people of Japan. Words cannot describe our sadness. He has left a legacy of goodness and greatness that can never be erased. In closing, I would like to thank you for attending this important regional ILC and wish it great success. Thank you.
Thank you for the keynote address. Next, we will have the keynote address from His Excellency Johnson Toribio, the former President of Palau. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Johnson Toribio.
Excellencies, distinguished and honorable representatives from different governments and nations of East Asia Pacific. I come from the youngest and one of the smallest nations on earth, having gained independence in 1994. So I'm honored and humbled to address this august assembly. On this auspicious day, the 10th anniversary of the passing of the founder of UPF, Reverend Sun Myung Moon, a great leader in the quest for world peace. I'm honored to have the opportunity to address this conference at this critical time in the history of the world, when the survival of mankind is at risk. Let me first request that we honor the memory of Father Moon and his family and vow to accelerate our collective effort toward the achievement of world peace to the extent we can. On this special day, let us offer our sincere prayers and best wishes for the good health and well-being of Mrs. Moon and her family. We should all be peacemakers, as the Holy Bible promises, quote, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." On the reunification of the people of Korean Peninsula, the people that God assigned to be the stewards of Korean Peninsula over many years, even thousands of years, they established a society of a unified people who share the same identity, language, and culture. It was united until that unified nation crumbled under the weight of the intervening conflict, which fragmented Korea into North and South. Now we are here to consider the best solution to unify both Koreas, which broke into two pieces more than 50 years ago. We cannot turn back the clock, as we have no power to do so. We cannot reverse human history. We must find an effective, right, and peaceful way to reunify the Korean people. Reverend Moon referred to the preamble to the Constitution of UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, which states in relevant part that since wars begin in the minds of men, it is the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be construed. That a peace based exclusively upon political and economic arrangements of government would not be a peace which would secure the unanimous, lasting, and sincere support of the peoples of the world, and that the peace must be therefore founded, if it is not to fall, upon the intellectual and moral solidarity of mankind. One of the historical causes of wars and conflicts has been the diversity of religious beliefs that has spawned wars and conflicts between peoples in different parts of the world. The world leaders have continued to search to avoid wars and armed conflicts and to secure peace and promote harmony between the peoples of the world. We know that the world leaders established the League of Nations, trying to promote harmony and peace the world over. But that League of Nations lost a battle when World War II erupted, which lay behind millions of dead people and left the world in shambles. A new organization arose, the United Nations, which promised to end all wars. As we speak today and confer, the world is still at war. The invasion of Ukraine has caused devastation to millions of people. As we gather here in this luxurious grand hotel in this beautiful and bustling city of Manila. Wars and conflicts rage around the world. We see refugees from Ukraine looking for peace and freedom outside of their homelands. People who flee from the effects of war, oppression, poverty. And now we are seeing a new breed of refugees who are fleeing from their homelands, which are being affected by the rising sea level. As we meet here today, the doomsday clock is now only 100 seconds to midnight, the symbolic time of the possible annihilation of mankind by the power of nuclear weapons of mass destruction. This clock was established in 1947 when there were 7 minutes to midnight. Now it is only 100 seconds to midnight. That is 1 minute and 40 seconds to the midnight hour. And the keepers of this doomsday clock are a group of scientists who can trace their backgrounds to the Manhattan Project, which developed the A-bomb, which devastated the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The doomsday clock is intended to reflect basic changes in the level of continuous danger in which mankind lives in the world surrounded by arsenals of nuclear weapons of mass destruction. While we're here, Mother Nature is losing its patience and has gone angry as if we have done something wrong. The unprecedented heat wave are rolling over several continents, leaving in their wake human devastation, wasteland, and disasters. The sun has lost its temper by increasing the temperatures on our planet Earth. The rising sea level continues to threaten the security, even the survival of millions of people who occupy the coastlands and islands. So in this day and age, we are called upon to focus our attention on world peace, but at this time on the reunification of the Korean Peninsula, which was divided by armed conflict, and now it is technically still at war, conflict among brothers with nuclear powers behind them. And Pyongyang is on its way to become a nuclear power. The proliferation of nuclear weapons are going out of style, like an addict to the drug of its choice, not believing that what they're doing is paving the way for a possible annihilation of mankind. The division or disunity of the government and people of Korea was a consequence of the impact of the intervening external forces that weakened the cultural and traditional foundation upon which the historical and unified people of Korea were fragmented and divided. When the intervening foreign power exerted its force on the Korean Peninsula, their people would give way to the weight of that force. The greater the power is, the country that feels it tends to fragment. This is a simple law of nature. I believe it was the intervening armed forces or conflicts that fragmented the Korean Peninsula into two parts. It is my belief that the solution for the reunification of Korea should be based on an idea that will generate a force that pull people away from foreign interest toward the benefit of both North and South Korea. And the main component of that power to bring people together is the common interest of both sides of the Korean Peninsula, looking to come together by the force of their common language, culture, and bloodline. There is a common expression that blood is thicker than water. The people living in North and South Korea have a common, prominent ancestral bloodline, which is thicker than the interest that feeds and sustains the divided peninsula. But even that unifying factor of blood relationship does not generate a power greater than the power that keeps the Korean Peninsula divided. Reunification of the Korean Peninsula should not be allowed to be made through force. In that case, the cure would be worse than the disease. In our simple island culture, we describe two major paradigms of leadership: the leadership by fire and the leadership by water. Leadership by fire is leading the people by decree and bordering on tyranny. The leadership by water is leading through compassion and consensus. The firebrand of leadership may move quickly toward the achievement or the goals of the leader, but like fire, in the long run, it burns itself out. Leadership by water is sustained and sustainable, based on compassion, and consensus. There is a saying, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk together. I submit the reunification of Korean Peninsula should be through the power of humanitarian policy that exerts power greater than the power that divides the peninsula. The humanitarian policy has to be developed through a peaceful process based on the brotherhood and sisterhood of the people of the Korean Peninsula. On this point, I pause to say there is no power greater than the power of God. Thus, the ultimate solution for the reunification of the Korean Peninsula should include spiritual value. God is love, and we all know the axiom that love conquers all. There is DMZ that separates the two Koreas. The boundary is demilitarized zone. Let me say that in our small island nation, we drafted and established the first anti-nuclear provision in our constitution, and our nation became known worldwide as the zone that's free from nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction. When I see or look at the expression DMZ, that means demilitarized zone. That should be expanded to cover the entire peninsula. Why not establish a humanitarian zone or a special economic zone where people can come together to attend the performing arts in cultural centers, to participate in sports, education, medical facilities, or old age centers, to be jointly administered by both Koreas under the auspices of the United Nations. Why not develop the Silicon Valley, an enclave in the Korean Peninsula? I believe the only effective policy that can bring reunification to the Korean Peninsula is one that creates an environment that has the power to draw and put people together for the common good, that is greater than the power that sustains the division of Korea. Let me close by quoting UPF founder, Reverend Sun Myung Moon, from the book As Peace-Loving Global Citizen. He said, "The will of God lies in peace. A world fragmented by differences in nationality, race, and religion, where people attack and fight one another and shed one another's blood, is not what God wants. A world torn to shreds has been created out of the desires of people to promote their own wealth and glory. It does not represent the will of God." He continued, "My purpose is the same today as it was yesterday. It is to create one world with God at the center, a world brought together like a single nation, without boundaries. All humanity will be citizens of the world, sharing culture of love. In such a world, there will be no possibility of division and conflict. This marks the beginning of a truly perfect world. Having been one of the framers of the Constitution of Palau and the Federate States of Micronesia, I was once asked to give a short homily to an assembly of Christians. I was searching for the title of my sermon or homily. I ended up with this simple title: Love is the constitution of the heavenly kingdom. There is no greater peace than the peace that God gives. May that peace be with us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your keynote address. Next, we will have the keynote address from His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan. Please welcome His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Eknath Dakal, Chairman, Universal Peace Federation, Asia Pacific. His Excellency Maitri Pala, President of Sri Lanka. Honorable Paranan Jha, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nepal. His Excellency John Tory Brown, President Palau. Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., Presidential Advisor for Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity of the Philippines. The organizers of UPF leadership, and especially co-chairperson Mother Moon. Excellencies, honorable parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I thank you for your gracious invitation. It is indeed a great honor for me to be speaking at this esteemed forum. I am sure that this event will serve as an impetus for the lasting global peace. I would also like to take the opportunity to honor the legacy of His Excellency Shinzo Abe, Japan's longest serving Prime Minister. His death is not only a loss for Japan, but for the whole of Asia. What is saddening is that his assassination and the theme we are discussing here today are interconnected. To honor his memory, we must increase our efforts for global peace. Ladies and gentlemen, global peace is critical for human prosperity. However, with the rising number of conflicts we are witnessing today, the dream of lasting peace and stability in the world is becoming a distant dream. Though there have been some commendable efforts to promote global peace and harmony, unilateral moves by some countries have hindered progress. The reality is that every region of the world is faced with challenges, and the world finds itself more than ever in the need to develop, promote a culture of peace, tolerance, and respect of diversity as a fundamental principle of coexistence among human beings and nations. Be it the conflict of Palestine, or the illegal occupation of Jammu and Kashmir, or the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, such developments undermine our efforts to create a regional environment of amity and cooperation. Pakistan believes in peaceful coexistence with its neighbors and views peaceful resolution of long-standing dispute as an essential prerequisite for the prosperity, progress, and social uplift of our people. Pakistan has condemned illegal and unilateral measures to alter the demographics of occupied territories and IIOJK and called for its resolution in the light of international law and United Nations Security Council's resolutions and will of the Kashmiris. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has always stood for peaceful dialogue and reconciliation for settlement of international disputes. It has welcomed attempts of inter-Korean dialogue. It supports international efforts for peace on Korean Peninsula and supports its denuclearization. Pakistan has also taken concrete measures to fully implement the United Nations Security Council sanctions on the DPRK, which is a manifestation of our commitment to implement our non-proliferation commitments. Excellencies, in our South Asia, Pakistan has also been at the forefront of efforts for regional peace and confidence-building measures. For decades, Pakistan has played an active role in supporting efforts for peace and development in Afghanistan and addressing its economic and humanitarian challenges. As a participant in Afghanistan-centered forums, such as Troika Plus, Moscow Format, and Regional Countries Forum, Pakistan has stood for the shared objectives of regional peace and security. Since August 2021, Pakistan has initiated an important regional forum at foreign ministers level to forge regional consensus for addressing the situation in Afghanistan. Pakistan hosted 17th extraordinary session of the OIC CFM and 48th session of OIC CFM in Islamabad on 19 December 2021 and 21st March 2022, respectively, to explore avenues for humanitarian support to the people of Afghanistan. Pakistan believes that diplomatic and political engagement of the international community with Afghanistan is essential for achieving lasting peace, stability, and prosperity in Afghanistan. Parliamentarians, as representatives of the people, have an essential stake in international efforts for global peace. I'm sure with our collaborative efforts, we can contribute to resolution of conflicts and tensions between states. Let us hope that the deliberations we undertake here today will bear fruitful result. I want to thank the government of Philippines and the mayor of Philippines for their very nice hospitality. I thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak at this August forum today. Let us all commit to leave behind legacy of peace for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your keynote address. We will have another keynote address from His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena, the former president of Sri Lanka. He will deliver his speech in his native language. Please refer to the printed English translation of his message, which we have prepared for you. Please welcome His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena.
Ayubowan, good morning. Vanakkam, assalamu alaikum. රාජ්‍යතාන්ත්‍රිකයිනි ගෞරවනීය විද්වතුනි පර්යේෂකයන් ඇතුළු සම්භාවනීය ආරාධිතයිනි නොනවරුනි මහත්තුරුනි COVID-19 වසංගතයේ අවදාන මුලින්ම පහවී නොතිබුණත් 2022 වසරේ මුල එනම් පෙබරවාරි මාස 11 12 13 යන දිනතුසේ දකුණු කොරියාවේ සියෝල් නුවර පැවැත් වූ ලෝක සමුළුවේදී මා අවධාරණය කළේ කරුණක් වූයේ ලෝක සාම සම්මේලනයේ කොරියානු අර්ධාදීපයේ හා සමස්ත ලෝකයේම තිරසාර සාමය උදා කිරීම සඳහා ගොනු ලබන්නා වූ අව්‍යාජ ප්‍රයත්නයේ වැදගත්කමයි. සමස්ත ලෝකවාසී සියලු මිනිසෙයින් එකම පවුලක් වනු දැකීම අරමුණ කරගනිමින් සන් මයුන් මුන් මැතිතුමා හා ආචාර්ය හක්ජා හන් මුන් මැතිණිය විසින් 2005 වසරේදී සමාරම්භ කරන ලද විශ්ව සාම සම්මේලනයේ දිනෙන් දින ඒ උත්තරීතර අරමුණ කරා ළඟා වීමට ගනු ලබන්නා වූ මේ පරිශ්‍රමය පිලිපීනයේ මැනිලා නුවර පැවැත්වෙන මෙම ජාත්‍යන්තර නායක සමුළුවේදී මා නැවතත් අගය කර සිටිනවා. සියෝල් සමුළුවේ අවසන් දිනය අප බොහෝ දෙනාට අමතක කළ නොහැකි දවසක්. ඊට හේතුව එම ලෝක සමුළුවට සියෝල් නුවරට පැමිණි හා තාක්ෂණය ඔස්සේ සමුළුවට සම්බන්ධ වූ රාජ්‍ය නායකයින්, පාර්ලිමේන්තු මන්ත්‍රීවරුන්, ආගමික නායකයින්, විද්වතුන්, ව්‍යාපාරික හා ජනමාධ්‍ය ශේෂ්ත්‍රයන්හි ප්‍රමුඛයින්, කාන්තා නායිකාවන්, කලාකරුවන් සියලු දෙනාගේ එකඟතාවයෙන් යුක්තව සම්මත වූ සියලු ප්‍රඥප්තියයි. අප සියලු දෙනා ඒ ප්‍රඥප්තියේ ජීවමාන සාක්ෂිකරුවන් වූ බව මාගේ විශ්වාසයයි. එහිදී කොරියානු අර්ධද්වීපයේ සාමය පවත්වා ගැනීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් නිරීක්ෂණ 12ක් මත පදනම් වූ යෝජනා 17ක ප්‍රඥප්තියක් මහත් හරිසරින් අප විසින් පිළිගනු ලැබුවා. එහි අන්තර්ගතය සියල්ල ආවර්ජනය කිරීමට මා බලාපොරොත්තු වන්නේ නැහැ. ඒත් සමාරම්භක කරුණ මා අවධාරණය කරන්නට කැමති. 1950 දී ඇරඹුණු කොරියානු ජාතිය යුද්ධය විශේෂයෙන්ම සාමකාමීව අවසන් වූයේ නැහැ. ඒ එකම භාෂාවක් කතා කරන, සංස්කෘතියට හිමිකම් කියන, ඉතිහාසයට උරුමකම් කියන අර්ධද්වීපයක් උතුරු හා දකුණු වශයෙන් බෙදා වෙන් කළ පොදු සටන් විරාමයක් පමණයි. ගරු සභාපතිතුමනි, සම්භාවනීය රාජ්‍යතාන්ත්‍රිකයිනි, එකම ප්‍රජාවක් දේශපාලනික තාප්පයකින් දෙකට කිරීම කවරනම් මූලධර්මයක් මත සාධාරණීය කළ හැකිද? කොරියාව උතුරු හා දකුණු ලෙසින් බෙදීමට කිසිදු සාධාරණ හේතුවක් මා දකින්නේ නැහැ. සියෝල් ප්‍රඥප්තියේ සඳහන් ආකාරයට මෙම රාජ්‍යයන් දෙක එක් රාජ්‍යයක්, එක් අර්ධද්වීපයක් හා එකම මානව ප්‍රජාවක් හා සංස්කෘතියක්. එයින් මෙම ජාත්‍යන්තර නායකයින් සම්මේලනයේ සියෝල් ප්‍රඥප්තියේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් මම යෝජනාවක් කිරීමට කැමැති. එම ප්‍රඥප්තියේ ප්‍රධාන අරමුණු සාක්ෂාත් කර ගැනීම සඳහා ලෝකේ පුරා දැවැන්ත හඬක් නැගිය යුතුයි. එම අරමුණ වටා පුළුල් දේශපාලනික හා දේශපාලනික නම් විද්වතුන් ආගමික නායකයින් කලාකරුවන් ආදී බහුවිධ පෙරමුණු වලින් යුක්ත පාර්ශවකාරීත්වයක් ගොඩනැගිය යුතුයි. මා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ජනාධිපති ධූරයේ වූ 2015 සිට 2019 වකවානුවේ එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ සම්මේලනයේ මහලේකම් ධූරයේ වූ මා හොඳින් දන්නා හඳුරන බැන් කී මුන් මැතිතුමන් සුප්‍රසිද්ධ ප්‍රකාශයක් මට මේ අවස්ථාවේදී සිහිපත් වෙනවා. බොහෝ රටවල් සාමය සඳහා ත්‍යාගයක් ප්‍රදානය කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒත් සියොල් සාමතාගේ පිළිබඳ ඉතිහාස කතාව 1988 ඔලිම්පික් තරඟාවලියට දිව යනවා. 1988 දී ඔලිම්පික් තරඟාවලිය සඳහා රටවල් 160ක ක්‍රීඩකයින් දකුණු කොරියාව වෙත පැමිණියා. ක්‍රීඩාව සාමය හා සංවර්ධනය සඳහා නිර්මාණශීලී මෙවලමක්. ගරු සභාපතිතුමනි, සම්භාවනීය රාජ්‍ය තාන්ත්‍රිකයිනි, එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ සංවිධානය විසින් 2015 වසරේදී තුන් තිරසර සංවර්ධන ඉලක්ක වලින් 16 වන ඉලක්කය සාමය සහ තිරසාර සංවර්ධනය සඳහා වෙන් කර ඇති බව මේ සමුළුවේ සිටින අප සැවම දන්නා කරුණක්. ඒ සංවර්ධනය සඳහා කුඩා සමාජ සමූහයක් තුළ තිබිය යුතු සාමකාමී බව, යුක්තිය, වගවීම හා ආන්තිකරණය බැහැර කිරීම මනාව විනිවිද දකිනවා. කලාපීය හෝ ගෝලීය වශයෙන් පමණක් නොවේ. පුජ්‍යලීන්, පවුල් හෝ ප්‍රජාවන් වශයෙන් පවා සාමය සංවර්ධනය සඳහා හේතු වෙනවා. සේම සංවර්ධනයද සාමය සඳහා හේතු වෙනවා. එබැවින් මෙම කරුණු දෙක එකිනෙකට තදින් සම්බන්ධයි. ඒ උදාහරණයක් පවසනවා නම් එකම කාසියක දෙපැත්ත වගේ. ආර්ථික විද්‍යාව හා සාමය සම්බන්ධ ජාත්‍යන්තර ආයතනය සාමය හා තිරසාර සංවර්ධනය සඳහා පාදක වන කුළුණු 8ක් සෛන්දාන්තිකව හඳුන්වා දී තිබෙනවා. එක් කරුණක් පළමුවන්න ප්‍රශස්ත ආණ්ඩුකරණයයි. දෙවැන්න ස්ථායි ව්‍යාපාරික පරිසරයයි. තෙවැන්න සම්පත් සමසේ බෙදී යාමයි. සිව්වැන්න සියල්ලන්ගේ අයිතීන් පිළිගැනීමයි. පස්වැන්න අසල්වැසි රටවල් සමග හා කලාපීය වශයෙන් පවත්වා ගන්නා යහපත් සමගතාවයයි. හයවැන්න දියුණු මානව ප්‍රාග්ධනයයි. අටවැන්න වංචාව, නාස්තිය හා දූෂණය අවම කිරීමයි. ගෝලීය සංවිධානයක් ලෙස විශ්ව සාම සම්මේලනයේ උසස් අධ්‍යාපන මෙවන් කරුණු කලාපීය වශයෙන් හා ජාත්‍යන්තර වශයෙන් අධිවාචනය කිරීම කෙරෙහි අනාගතයේදී යොමු වනු ඇතැයි මම විශ්වාස කරනවා. දශක 3කට ආසන්න කාලයක් සිවිල් යුද තත්ත්වයක් නිසා බිඳ වැටී තිබූ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ආර්ථික 2009 වසරේ යුද ගැටුම් නිවාව සමග ප්‍රතිමත් වනු ඇතැයි ඇතැම් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවෙන් පමණක් නොවේ, ජාත්‍යන්තර ප්‍රජාව පවා අපේක්ෂා කළා. ඒත් ඔබ හොඳින් දන්නා පරිදි මේ වන විට අපි රාජ්‍ය දැවැන්ත ආර්ථික අර්බුදයක සිර වී සිටිනවා. එම අර්බුදය නිසා මතු දේශපාලන අස්ථාවරත්වය සහ ජනජීවිතය අඩාල වීම අපට දරාගත නොහැකි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය ආහාර, ඖෂධ, ඉන්ධන, පොහොර ආදිය සපයා ගැනීම පවා දැඩි අවදානමකට ලක්ව තිබෙනවා. ලෝක ආහාර වැඩපිළිවෙල පෙන්වා දෙන ආකාරයට අධික උද්දමනය හේතුවෙන් ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයන් මිලියන් 6.3කට පමණ ආහාර හිගතාවයක් ඇති වෙලා තිබෙනවා. යුද්ධය අවසන් වීමෙන් පසුව මා ඉහතින් සඳහන් කළ කරුණු ස්ථාපනය නොවීමෙන් අර්බුදයක් කරා ගමන් කළ රටක් ශ්‍රී ලංකා උදාහරණයක් බව කනගාටුවෙන් වත් කිව යුතුයි. මේ අසීරු අවස්ථාවේ ඔබ සියලු දෙනාගේ සහයෝගීතාවයේ සහෝදරත්වය ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ රාජ්‍ය නායකු ලෙස මා ගෞරවයෙන් අපේක්ෂා කරනවා. මානසික සාමයක් නොමැත්තේ නම් පුජ්‍යලයාගේ ජීවිතයේ සංවර්ධනයක් අපේක්ෂා කළ නොහැකි. පවුල තුල සාමය නොමැත්තේ නම් එම පවුල තුල සංවර්ධනයක් දැකිය නොහැකි. එකිනෙකා සමග ගැටුම් ඇති කරගන්නා ගමක් දියුණු වනු බලාපොරොත්තු විය නොහැකි. සාමකාමී නොවන රටක් සංවර්ධනය වෙතයි අපේක්ෂා කළ නොහැකි. සාමකාමී නොවන භූ දේශපාලනික කලාපයක්ද සංවර්ධනය නොවනවා පමණක් නොව ඒ ලෝක භූ දේශපාලන යුද න්‍යාය පත්‍ර ක්‍රියාවට නැන්වෙන නොමිනිස් දඩබිමක් පමණක් වෙනවා. මගේ දේශනයට සවන් දීම පිළිබඳව සවන් දුන් ඔබ සිළු දෙනාටම ස්තුතියි. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your keynote address. Next, we will have the keynote address from Her Excellency Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, the former president of the Philippines. Even though she cannot be with us here, but she has also sent her keynote address video for our conference today. Please welcome Her Excellency Gloria Macapagal Arroyo.
Co-founder of UPF, Chairman Walsh, and all the other leaders and individuals who have been involved with and support this forum, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for the honor you've given me of addressing you. My father, the late President Diosdado Macapagal, had a long association with you, and I'm proud to follow in his footsteps. As a Philippine congressman, my father was the one who sponsored the resolution sending Philippine troops to the Korean War in 1950. Taken by itself, one might say that his action pertained to an issue of war. But my father was a man of peace. His legislation gave birth to the Philippine Career Foreign Service as an instrument of peace. Also, the Philippine Minimum Wage Structure. Also, the Philippine Rural Health System that continues to benefit Filipinos. His involvement with the people of Korea is perhaps a microcosm of the two-pronged approach we should take in dealing with today's topic, peace in the Korean Peninsula. We should take this two-pronged approach in order to promote the creation of the foundation for lasting peace. The first approach can best be explained by looking at how the developed parts of the world appear to have outgrown the era of world wars. The Great World War era began with the assassination of Austria's Archduke Ferdinand in 1914 and ended with the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Since then, mankind has not faced a global worldwide conflict of the scale that marked the years from 1914 to 1918 and from 1939 to 1945. Despite a number of regional and local wars since 1962, the developed countries have seen a steady and spectacular rise in material wealth and quality of life made possible by global peace. I believe that today's developed world will take all steps to avoid large wars, simply because it has now too much to lose. Governments cannot survive if they plunge their population into a war that will devastate their economies, particularly in today's age of nuclear weapons that create mutually assured destruction. But this thesis holds true only for the developed world that has too much to lose. More than 1/3 of the world's population still lives in underdeveloped countries with little to lose. Many of the world's regional and local wars are rooted in these countries. Thus, the first of the two-pronged approach is to help these underdeveloped countries join the ranks of the developed world. Their approach is best expressed in the simple words of the first item in the United Nations list of Sustainable Development Goals: no poverty. In its words, eradicating poverty in all its forms remains one of the greatest challenges facing humanity. But the task of eliminating poverty is an abstract concept. It can only begin in flesh and form by the actual efforts of individuals such as all of us present here today in this forum. Since human individuals are by nature social creatures, such efforts are best achieved by working within our communities. Thus, this is the second of the two-pronged approach. We must do all that we can within the limits of our corner of the community, no matter how large or seemingly small or humble our corner might appear. As a politician of rising influence within his corner, my late father worked to provide the Filipinos peace and prosperity by promoting legislation to support peaceful foreign relations a better quality of life through social wage and health infrastructures. On our part, we must act to encourage and support others in our respective communities to take their own steps, big or small, to contribute to the efforts to eliminate poverty wherever it exists. We can do this quietly through our own actions. But since all the participants in this forum are individuals of stature and influence, we can also do it through visible leadership by example. This approach applies not just to the peninsula, but worldwide. Korea can eventually become a shining example to the world of how peace can arise from conflict. Let us look at history. Some students of history say that war is inevitable, and that war has existed since the earliest days of mythic human history. History's first warrior, Gilgamesh, was an existential figure who strove to achieve heroic deeds in his search for immortality, but he ultimately discovered a profound wisdom. He found out that the true meaning in life can be found in the small steps that humankind takes in its steady march towards civilization. If war is inevitable, so is peace and progress. Peace is the natural state of mankind. Peace is the precondition for material progress that all nations strive for. We have great institutions such as the UN dedicated to peace. But the efforts of institutions of peace will remain intangible without the efforts of individuals working within their communities to provide the ground level, day-to-day foundation for lasting peace. How does all this relate to the Korean Peninsula? Today there exists a great disparity in incomes between North and South. Some analysts see this disparity reflected in the specter of hunger in the North. Hunger, of course, is a manifestation of poverty in the ranks of the country's population. This disparity provides opportunities for mending fences by way of genuine initiatives on the part of the South to close the income gap. Hopefully, persistence and dedication to continued communications between North and South will make this possible. There will be no shortage of naysayers pointing to past failed efforts. But forging peace requires that we don't stop at our last failure, but sustain our dream of harmony with ever more renewed peace building. That is exemplified in the Korean Peninsula. Since 2018, the two leaders in the peninsula have persevered in their efforts to expand and deepen exchanges, despite setbacks and hopes dashed by decades of hostility. Such efforts at the top will benefit from ground-level, day-to-day encouragement and support from individuals, communities, and institutions at the lower levels from the top. Let Korea's example teach the world that peace can thrive if humanity can collaborate, communicate, and develop together. Kamsahamnida.
Very much for the keynote address. Next, we will have the last keynote address from Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity of the Philippines. Please welcome Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr.
Honorable Eket Dakal, the Chairman of the Universal Peace Federation, Asia Pacific, and former Minister of Government of Nepal. His Excellency Syed Yusuf Rasa Giuliani, former Prime Minister, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and Senator. His Excellency Maritala Sirisena, former President of Sri Lanka, and now Member of the Parliament. His Excellency Paramanja, former Vice President of Nepal and co-chair of International Summit Council for Peace. His Excellency Johnson Toribio, former President of Palau, distinguished officials of the Universal Peace Federation, the members of the diplomatic corps present, representatives from the international development community, colleagues in government, fellow Filipinos, a good day to all. Assalamualaikum. It gives me a great honor and pleasure to join all of you in this International Leadership Conference, spearheaded by the Universal Peace Federation. Your team, entitled Toward Peaceful Reunification of Korean Peninsula, Creating a Global Culture of Peace, best captures our collective efforts and what is to promote the culture of peace worldwide. The significance of this event cannot be overemphasized as countries across the globe continue to face pressing concerns in the peace and security front. The participation of hundreds of delegates coming from more than 20 countries, including those in the call for former heads of state, is therefore a testament of our genuine desire and steadfast commitment to face and address the global challenges head-on. As we may all know, the Philippines and Japan shares a colorful history. Without glossing over the events of the past, the bilateral relations that our countries have developed and nurtured over the years has become a model of forgiveness, healing, and reconciliation. It is our hope that other nations will be inspired by the Philippine-Japan experience. Perhaps one question you might like us is, how did our countries, whose forces were on opposite sides of the battlefield during World War II, overcome the years of enmity, fear, and mistrust towards each other and become the long-standing partners that we are today? The answer that can be boiled down to one word: forgiveness. The family of the sixth president of the Philippines, Elpidio Rivera Quirino, was one of the casualties of war. While President Quirino was confined in a hospital in the United States, he pardoned Japanese war prisoners. This was not an amnesty which would require the concurrence of the Philippine Congress. It was a presidential pardon and a unilateral act of forgiveness. On his own words, he explained, and I quote, "I should be the last one to pardon them. I am doing this because I do not want my children and my people to inherit from me hate for people who might yet be our friends. Destiny has made us neighbors. Love will always be the supreme law among men and nations and the basis of world peace." End of quote. This act of benevolence by President Quirino would serve as an inspiration of succeeding administrations, especially in dealing with revolutionary groups here in the Philippines. The peace agreements signed between the government and the Philippines and the Moro National Liberation Front and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front are a shining example of what can happen when parties to a conflict learn to listen, talk, and forgive each other. The Bangsamoro peace process continues to be a work in progress, which we need to continue to push forward, build upon, and sustain each and every day. And I am happy to share that we have been achieving major milestones in the Bangsamoro peace process. Last Tuesday, I presented to the President our roadmap to Bangsamoro, and we are very happy that the President is very kind, firm, and decisive to give our national interest a better hand than the political interests of some many. We are very happy to serve him. He's really a very kind and understanding president, especially to the Bangsamoro. We have a president who called for unity and peace. This leadership conference is also a timely event in the Philippines as we are preparing for the celebration of the National Peace Consciousness Month in September. This year's Peace Month emphasizes the importance of healing the wounds of our past and the unity of our people in our journey towards achieving genuine peace. This is the clarion call for all Filipinos to unite and heal ourselves from the wounds of the past so that our country can move forward and achieve genuine peace. This is also the rallying call of the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to all Filipinos to unite, work together, and rally behind each other so that we can build better and brighter future for the current and next generations. Under the banner of unity, the President has vowed to ensure economic stability and sustainable peace until the last day of his administration. As mentioned in his inaugural speech, President Marcos clearly states, and I quote, "We all want peace in our land." End of quote. Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was felled by an assassin's bullet, also shared the same vision of peace for our country and nation across the globe. On behalf of my countrymen, our deepest condolences and prayers to go out to his wife, Mrs. Aki Abe, members of the family, and the people of Japan. Prime Minister Abe was a global statesman and a visionary. Most of all, he was also a staunch peace advocate. Our nation shall always be grateful for his and Japan's major contribution to peace-building efforts here in our country, especially in Mindanao. We lost a great partner in peace process. We lost a friend. In fact, he is the first foreign leader to visit Davao in Mindanao when former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte became president in 2016. Through the leadership of Prime Minister Abe, Japan has been supporter of the Bangsamoro peace process. Japan has been and continuously aiding the implementation of the peace agreements on the ground. With Prime Minister Abe's support, the Japanese government was also instrumental in assisting the Philippine government in the ongoing rehabilitation effort following the armed conflict in Marawi City in Mindanao. On top of this, the Japanese government has put premium in helping our country achieve greater prosperity by investing one key infrastructure initiatives such as the Build program and resources to secure our maritime borders. It is our hope that Prime Minister Abe's legacy of peace will be preserved by the generations to come. During these difficult times, it is vital to find forgiveness in our hearts. Peace can never be attained by pursuing a path of hatred or vengeance. Violence only begets more violence and will continue to feed the cycle of retaliation, death, and suffering. As Albert Einstein's favorite quote says, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding." This is our hope and prayer for the people of North and South Korea to achieve genuine and lasting peace. Just to share with you, in 2019, I had the chance to visit the Berlin Wall Museum. As you all know, the Berlin Wall serves both as a physical and ideological barrier. But when people build understanding, trust, and offer forgiveness, nothing is impossible in our collective work towards unity. And this is my prayer that soon the Korean Peninsula divide can be resolved, and may the spirit of healing lead your nations toward peace, reconciliation, and unity. The Philippines stand behind your countries in this effort. I believe that the best way to heal and move forward is to anchor our interventions on strengthening the culture of peace through the promotion of common good among nations in the Pacific. Let us continue to help each other by pursuing global peace and prosperity in the Korean Peninsula, in East Asia, and throughout the world, like what we did in fighting the COVID-19, that we help each other. Ladies and gentlemen, as an Eisenhower Fellow, I will conclude my message with one of the greatest quote of General Dwight Eisenhower. And I quote, "For all that we cherish and justly desire, for ourselves or for our children, the securing of peace is the first requisite." End of quote. Thank you very much for inviting me to this event and for allowing me to share my humble thoughts with you.
The Universal Peace Federation, congratulations for the successful conduct of this activity. It has been an honor for the Philippines to host all of you. Keep well and always be safe. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you very much for your keynote address. Finally, I would like to express my deepest thanks and appreciation for all of our wonderful speakers this morning. And this will conclude our opening plenary session this morning. Thank you very much for all your attentive participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our keynote speakers and moderators. We will now proceed with our picture taking. To all our heads of state, guests of honors, member of the dais, please wait for a while as we set up the seats. And also, we would like to encourage everyone to first, please wear your mask. We will have our group photo with our mask on and then another photo with our mask off. We would like to ask the members of the dais, our heads of states, and our guest of honors to go down. And now we will have our commemorative photo. Please take off your mask. We will have another photo without our mask. That's okay. That's enough now. Thank you. Okay. Okay, and now we are preparing for the next session. But before that, we would like to declare coffee break. We will now have our 15-minute coffee break. Coffees, teas, and biscuits will be served in the foyer area just outside of this hall. Please be back after 15 minutes. To save time, you can just bring your coffee inside, and we will have our next session exactly after 15 minutes. Okay, now is our coffee break. We would like to encourage everyone to please bring your coffee inside so we can start 10 minutes after. Once again, to all the delegates, ILC participants, and attendees, this is our coffee break, but we would like to encourage everyone to please bring your coffee and teas inside the Grand Hall. We are now preparing for the next session.
Matangkad yung moderator.
Sound check.
Okay. Matangkad.
This is a reminder to everyone, we only have 6 minutes left to finish our coffee break. Please settle down. Thank you. We would like to ask our ushers and usherettes to please guide our participants to settle down. ILC staff, ushers and usherettes, please guide all the delegates and participants to settle down. We have 4 minutes left to start the next part of the program. Now we would like to request all the delegates and participants of the International Leadership Conference to please take your seats. Once again, we would like to request everyone to please take your seats. Ushers, usherettes, staff, please guide our delegates to sit. We are about to start the session 2 of our ILC. ILC staff, ushers, and usherette, please help us to gather all the delegates inside the hall. We are about to start the next session. Okay, we would like to ask everyone to please settle down. We are about to ask our dignitaries and heads of states to come here, but please everyone settle down. Please sit down. We would like to inform everyone that our heads of states and dignitaries is about to arrive soon. Please settle down. Take your respected seats. Thank you so much. Please settle down. We would like once again to ask everyone to please sit down. Soon, our heads of states and also our guest of honors will arrive in our hall. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest of honors and heads of states is arriving. Thank you. With this, we shall now begin the session 2 of the International Leadership Conference of the Asia-Pacific region. Before that, we would like to recognize the presence of our dignitaries who are in the Zoom right now. First, I would like to recognize the Regional President of Family Federation for World Peace and Unification Asia Pacific 2, who is with us in Zoom right now, President Masaichi Hori. Thank you so much. We have also the President of Arab Center for International Relations for the Pacific and New Zealand, Mr. Al Sharif Padil. Thank you so much. And now, it is my happiness and pride to welcome the moderator for session 2, which are divided into 2 parts. Dr. Robert S. Kittel. He is the coordinator of the International Media Association for Peace Asia Pacific. Dr. Kittel is also the Director of Education for the Universal Peace Federation of the Asia Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our moderator for session 2, Dr. Robert S. Kittel.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Filipinos, I live here. Welcome to the second session of our 2-day International Leadership Conference with the theme, Toward Peaceful Reunification of the Korean Peninsula, Creating a Global Culture of Peace. This session will have 2 parts. Part 1, honoring the life and legacy of former Prime Minister of Japan, His Excellency Shinzo Abe, 1954 to 2022. Part 2, an overview of the World Summit 2022 with a focus on the Seoul Resolution. My name is Dr. Robert Kittel, and my wife of 40 years is sitting over there. I'll ask her to stand, please. Please permit me to share just a few thoughts before inviting our guests. You can see in our conference brochure, if you look at it, on the inside back cover, the UPF statement on the recent assassination of His Excellency Shinzo Abe. In part, it reads, quote, "Words cannot express adequately our sadness upon learning of the senseless, devastating, and brutal assassination of Prime Minister Abe, Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister and a world statesman known and loved throughout Japan and the world. He has left a legacy of goodness and greatness that can never be erased. End quote. ILC 2022 was organized after July 8, 2022, when Prime Minister Abe was assassinated. He participated in 2 UPF events, one in 2021 and another one this year in February 2022. Mother Moon wanted to do something more than just ask the leaders and members of UPF to go to the Japanese embassy and offer prayers and flowers. She wanted to do more than just ask us to sign the condolence book, which we did. She wanted to have this conference. It is a simple and powerful statement. She said, let's honor the legacy of Prime Minister Abe, and at the same time, let's move forward with the ideas that he stood for. That's why we are here today. Out of her really motherly heart, this ILC was conceived, and we have come here. This conference brings together world leaders from throughout this region and throughout the world. This conference is being held in Japan, in Europe, in Africa, in Korea, in the Americas, and here in the Asia Pacific. Thank you for being here and being part of this. To introduce the former Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Abe, we are honored to have with us Mr. Yutaka Yamada, Sub-Regional Director of UPF in the Oceania region. Mr. Yamada was appointed as Chairman for UPF in Oceania in 2019. He has also held responsibilities such as Youth Education Director and the leader of the Asia Leadership Traineeship Program. If you have young people and you want to build character in them, he's the guy to see during your lunch break. Mr. Yamada received his master's degree in theology from Sun Moon University in Korea in 2014. He is fluent in Japanese, his native language, Korean, and English. In 1998, he was married to Rinali Kabamongon from the Philippines. And they have 4 wonderful, lovely daughters. Please welcome Mr. Yutaka Yamada.
Mr. Chairman, His Excellency, distinguished delegation, and while it is my great privilege to offer this introduction to former Prime Minister of Japan, His Excellency Shinzo Abe, I feel unworthy to introduce a man of such stature who was universally acknowledged as one of the greatest leaders and statesmen of this era. I offer my humble apologies that I am unable to represent him adequately. The late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was born on September 21, 1954 in Tokyo to a prominent political family. Both his grandfather and great-uncle served as Prime Minister. His father was the former Secretary General of the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP. Prime Minister Abe studied politics at Tokyo's Seiki University and the University of Southern California. Initially, he entered the business field, taking a position with Kobe Steel in 1979. 3 years later, he became an assistant to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and his political career began. Former Prime Minister Abe was first elected to the Japan's House of Representatives in 1993 at age 38. Throughout the early part of this century, he held several cabinet positions and in 2003 became Secretary General of the Liberal Democratic Party. And 4 years later, he was named the party's president and became Prime Minister of Japan. His first term was marred by health issues. He stepped down as party leader and prime minister in 2007. The end of his first term opened a revolving door in which 5 different men held the prime minister's position over a period of 5 years until his election in 2012. He stepped down in 2020 again, citing ill health. Nevertheless, he remained politically active and was assassinated while giving a political speech on July 8, 2022. Ultimately, Prime Minister Abe was the longest-serving prime minister in the history of Japan. The late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's major contribution can be summarized in the following 4 points. So I would introduce the 4 points. First, what His Excellency Shinzo Abe envisaged for Japan is scripted in Utsukushii Kunie, which translated means toward a beautiful country. When he returned as the prime minister in 2012, he laid out his agenda prudently. Prime Minister Abe successfully transformed Japan's foreign policies from being nation-centered to a broader multilateral engagement. This defined a role for Japan beyond bilateralism, with much of it in terms of economic policies. In 2012, soon after he was re-elected, he launched a financial recovery plan that became known as Abenomics. His efforts were incredibly successful, and the country saw a great boost in its economy, primarily in consumer and investor confidence. Second, Prime Minister Abe developed personal close relationships with key leaders in East Asia, the Asian Pacific, and globally. He saw that as a cornerstone to developing broader political and social harmony among the community of nations. Third, in education, Mr. Abe wanted to promote a strong patriotic view and had all along supported such efforts. In March 2007, he tabled a bill that aimed to promote nationalism and love for the country among Japanese children. To his supporters, Prime Minister Abe was a pragmatic realist who sought to build a strong nation that could protect the Japanese people and culture in dangerous regional neighborhood and uncertain world. And fourth, Madam Moon has a personal relationship with Prime Minister Abe that goes back decades. She was there when Father Moon met Prime Minister Abe's grandfather, who was Prime Minister at the time in 1973. That began a close relationship to rebuild peace in East Asia. Most recently, their relationship was renewed with Prime Minister Abe's contribution to 2 UPF events, the closing session of the World Summit on February 13, 2022, and the Rally of Hope 7 on September 12, 2021. In his first address last year, he said, "I appreciate UPF's focus and emphasis on family values." At the World Summit this year, Prime Minister Abe called on us all to have an attitude of respect towards each other's tradition and cultures. UPF International joins in heart and solidarity with noble men and women from around the world in expressing sincere and heartfelt condolences to Mrs. Akie Abe and the family of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and to the people of Japan. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I think all of us are touched deeply when we see the photos and hear the words. We will now have the presentation of flowers by the representatives of various delegations and organizations here present. First, we would like to invite the 4 heads of state to offer a basket of flowers. If they can make their way over here, please. Yeah. His Excellency Pramananda Jha, Vice President of Nepal. His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani, Prime Minister of Pakistan. His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena, President of Sri Lanka. His Excellency Jonathan Toribion, President of Palau. They will be given a basket of flowers and then together they will offer and put those flowers on the altar that is behind them now. Okay. Pardon? Okay. We would like to have one photograph first. A memorial photograph. Thank you. Please come in front again and then offer by putting your flowers on the altar. Now we will have a total of 30 representatives, again from various organizations. They will come up in groups of 10, and they will again line up, make their offering of flowers and put the flower on the altar, and then they will depart back to their chairs. The first 10 representatives, please. wait a moment, please, until we're all together. Thank you. You may offer, if you like, a bow and place your flowers on the altar. Thank you. The next group of 10, please. Thank you. If you would like to offer a short bow, you may, and then please put your flowers on the altar. The next group of 10, please. You may offer a bow if you wish, and please put your flowers on the altar. The last group are Japanese wives who are blessed in marriage to Filipino citizens. This is the hallmark of Father Moon and Mother Moon's effort to bring world harmony at the grassroots level to build happy, harmonious families. Please offer a half bow and place your flowers on the altar. Thank you. The memorial address will be given by Ambassador K.V. Rajan, Senior Indian Diplomat and former Secretary of the Ministry of External Affairs, India. Ambassador Rajan is the former member of the Indian Foreign Service and Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of External Affairs, the Government of India. He has served as Prime Minister's Special Envoy and occupied many senior diplomatic assignments, including the rank of Indian Ambassador to 6 different nations. After retirement, he was entrusted with over a dozen senior positions at various government and non-government organizations. Please welcome Ambassador K.V. Rajan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful to Dr. Kittle for that introduction. but I was introduced as a former diplomat. I would much rather be introduced as a member of the human family, because I think in today's world, we have to increasingly stop thinking of ourselves as working or living in silos, representing X, Y, Z, and finding it difficult to get out of those silos. We have to increasingly think of ourselves as members of the human family if we are going to have a better world than what we live in right now. So I'd like to introduce myself as a member of the human family. And since Dr. Kittle introduced his wife, let me also introduce my wife of 55 years. So I've beaten Dr. Kittle in that, who's sitting over there, Geeta Rajan. She's also very much a member of the human family. It is a great honor for me, Excellencies, distinguished ambassadors for peace, distinguished participants, to try and give this memorial address in honor of a truly remarkable visionary statesman and a great leader in the space of a few minutes. When a political leader leaves us suddenly, it is bound to shake the world. But when it is someone of the stature of Shinzo Abe, a visionary statesman of extraordinary capabilities at the age of 67, and the manner of his going in a country like Japan, where shootings and guns are rare indeed, it is bound to lead to a tsunami of outrage, hurt, disbelief, and pain. And so it did, the whole world over. Abe was Japan's longest serving prime minister, as we heard, who served from 2006 to 2007, again from 2012 to 2020. Born in 1954 to a prominent political family, both his grandfather and great uncle served as prime ministers in Japan. His father was a former Secretary General of the Liberal Democratic Party. He was no ordinary politician. He was a man of ideas and wanted to remodel Japan's role on the global stage. He was easily the most consequential politician that modern Japanese history has known. Shinzo Abe also could see the future of the emerging new international order. And as far as India is concerned, India was especially hurt by his passing, because it was Abe who played a huge role in transforming ties between Japan and India from that of a routine friendship to a strategic relationship. Showing the significance he attached to Japan-India ties, Abe became the first Japanese prime minister to visit India several times. His very first visit in 2007 was significant, hugely significant for the relationship, because India began to rethink about its own role in the region and in the world. Abe gave what would later be recognized as a seminal speech in the Indian Parliament. Quoting from the book of a Mughal prince, Dara Shikoh, he declared that there was a confluence of the two seas, and the Pacific and Indian Oceans were a dynamic coupling as seas of freedom and prosperity. And later on, this vision was to develop into the magnificent partnership which began to be known as Indo-Pacific and is elsewhere known as the Asia-Pacific Partnership, uniting the Indian and Pacific Ocean. This vision of the Indo-Pacific as a single strategic space would shape Japan's bilateral relationship with India and will shape the relationship for years to come. It is a sobering reminder of the kind of world we live in, that anyone who seeks to be innovative, who is willing to be an agent for change for the better, becomes a focus of unnecessary controversy unfair criticism, and invented mistruths. Abe was no exception. No wonder then that so many who doubted him and criticized him during his lifetime changed their attitude towards him after he passed on. As we heard before, Abe resigned due to health reasons, but remained active behind the scenes. Many believed that if this world were to become a better world post-COVID, a more peaceful world, rather than a world of violence, stupidity, lunacy, and greed, as T.S. Eliot once described it, and as the world still seems to be, Abe's ideas would have the influence in fashioning this world. In one of her recent thought-provoking messages, our beloved co-founder, Dr. Haq Jahan Moon, dear Mother Moon, reminded us that if humanity is to hope for a better future, it cannot rely on human-centered methods or institutions alone. All countries, big or small, are in the end prisoners of their own self-interest and living for the sake of others, which is what the UPF and particularly its founder and co-founder have been stressing. Living for the sake of others tends to be a very tall order to guide policies of governments or nations. It is therefore not a matter of surprise that Abe was drawn to the core philosophies of the Universal Peace Federation and to the philosophies of Father and Mother Moon, as indeed his father and grandfather had been. And he believed in the need to strive for a world in which national pride could coexist comfortably with family values of love and care and freedom to ensure that we all live as one family. And that is why the UPF is honoring this extraordinary man through its leaders and members in every part of the world, as we are doing here today. Abe is gone, but his work must go on. His vision must continue to guide us. Lives of great men all remind us, in the words of a great poet, that we too can make our lives sublime and, departing, leave behind us footprints in the sands of time. Footprints that perhaps another, a forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing, can take heart again. So even as we mourn his loss, let us celebrate his life and resolve, as our moderator, Dr. Kittle, urged yesterday and again today, to continue to work for what Abe strove for, a global culture of peace in which a happy, free, and peaceful Asia-Pacific and a peacefully reunified Korean Peninsula can make their full contribution. Adieu, Abe-san. Thank you. We will not forget. We will continue to work for a better, more peaceful, more prosperous, more united world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Rajan. As we listen to a musical tribute by Joanna Fernandez Velayo, please meditate, pray, and reflect on the life and legacy of Prime Minister Abe. Offer your silent condolences to his wife, family, and the Japanese people, and your own resolve that we move forward together to build a world of lasting peace. You might want to get a tissue ready. It's a tearjerker that we're going to have today. Thank you. Let us welcome Mrs. Velayo to sing the Italian song, Time to Say Goodbye.
Vino solo tu mi ha vinto vivo ti domino e consolo suone per sé tu con me su le finestre mostro a tutti il mio cuore che hai accesso tu di dentro me la luce che hai incontrato per strada. Time to say goodbye. Sì, che non ho mai veduto e vissuto con te. Adesso sì li vivrò con te. Partirò su navi per mari che io lo so non esistono più. It's time to say goodbye. Quando solo sogna l'orizzonte, mancan le parole. Io sì lo so, e chi con me, Donna Luna Sote, chi con me. Donna sola sì, chi con me, con me. Time to say goodbye. Sì, che non ho mai veduto e vissuto con te. Adesso sì li vivrò con te. Partirò tsunami per mari e io lo so non esistono più. Con te io li rivivrò con te. Partirò tsunami per mari che io lo so non esistono più. Con te io li rivivrò con te.
From our side, it's time to say goodbye, but think about it from the spiritual world side. They're welcoming. It's time to say hello from the other side, right? So we'll still continue to work together. The second part of this session will be the overview of World Summit 2022 with a focus on the Seoul Resolution. The Seoul Resolution was drafted and adopted by delegates of the World Summit 2022 in February in Seoul, Korea. At the summit, we heard addresses from 85 current and former heads of state. The two chairs of the conference were His Excellency Hun Sen from Cambodia and His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the former UN Secretary General. The event was hosted by UPF co-founder, Dr. Hak Jahan Moon. To give us more background and insight, we are honored to have a keynote address given by Dr. Thomas Walsh. Dr. Walsh is the chairman of the Universal Peace Federation International, as well as the chairman of both the World Peace Road Foundation and the Sunhawk Peace Prize Foundation. Having earned his PhD at Vanderbilt University in the United States, and having taught philosophy and religion at universities throughout America. He is also on the board of the Washington Times and most recently appointed as the president of the Reunification Theological Seminary. We are honored to have Dr. Walsh here by video, and I would like to ask you to pay particular attention because he will be talking about the Seoul Resolution, and in our next session after lunch, that will be the topic discussed. So he will lay the groundwork now for that discussion. Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to join this Regional International Leadership Conference sponsored by UPF in the Asia Pacific. I'm grateful to Honorable Eknath Dakal, who's our regional chair and doing tremendous work to advance the mission of UPF throughout the very significant Asia Pacific region. I thank my good colleague and friend, Dr. Robert Kittle, for all your service over many years to the advancement of UPF. I note that Ambassador Krishna Rajan is on the program, Mr. Hori, Mr. Padel, and others who I know well in the region. And I understand, although I can't be with you in person, that there's acknowledgement of the recent tragic passing of Prime Minister Abe. So thank you for doing that, and certainly he is a man whose life represents a legacy of peace and service to the people of Japan, to the Indo-Pacific region, and to the world. So we mourn his passing and condolences to his family and to the people of Japan. This ILC is dedicated to reunification of the Korean Peninsula, but also expanding to building a global culture of peace. And we are building off of the great success of World Summit 2022 held in Korea in February earlier this year, which was, despite the challenges of rising COVID rates at that time in Korea leading to the need for quarantines, we had a tremendous turnout and great success and progress owing to the leadership of Samdech Hun Sen, the Prime Minister of Cambodia, and His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, and UPF's founder, Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, the three co-organizers, sponsors, and hosts of that amazing World Summit. We are grateful for the participation of strong delegations, certainly from the Philippines, but also throughout the region, perhaps particularly given Samdech Hun Sen's participation, a strong delegation. Very strong from Cambodia. So as we begin this session and think about not only this series of regional ILCs that are occurring around the world, we are preparing for a Summit and Leadership Conference in Korea. And during that conference, we will present an expansion or a development, or in some ways a new edition of the Seoul Declaration that was presented and passed in Korea and signed in a very solemn and significant moment toward the end of World Summit 2022, calling for peace on the Korean Peninsula and affirming the idea of one peninsula, one people, one culture, working toward the establishment of one nation, encouraging multi-sectoral approaches to peace so that leaders from all sectors, government, religion, civil society, the media, academia, the arts, are working together collaboratively, all with a special
capacity to serve and support and contribute to peace from their unique area of expertise. So this collaborative multi-sectoral approach is a trademark of UPF, and it brings hope, great opportunities to come in peace building on the Korean Peninsula and indeed throughout the world. Now, the Seoul Declaration, we believe, is an historic document, and we are in the process of editing that document and creating what we are calling the Peace Charter, which will build on the emphasis on the Korean Peninsula, but expand it to being a charter that not only addresses the frozen conflict on the Korean Peninsula, but seeks to bring people and nations of the entire world together to build a world of lasting peace. So this will be presented in just a little less than 2 weeks in Korea, where we will have another major gathering of leaders throughout the world. I also note Honorable Eknath Dekal knows well, and Dr. Kittle, Ambassador Rajan, that the Prime Minister of Cambodia, when we had the summit in the Asia Pacific, we had one in Kathmandu and then in Phnom Penh, but there was a Phnom Penh declaration that called for an Asia Pacific Union. This remains a goal of our founder, who has also spoken of this idea when she spoke in Japan in Nagoya in the year 2019. So that is another project that directly relates to the Asia Pacific region, and UPF is wholeheartedly behind that and wants to see that vision and ideal advance. Our approach to peace is, as I mentioned, multi-sectoral. It calls for not only cooperation among nations and an affirmation of multilateralism, but of the partnership between governments and civil society working together. So UPF as a representative of civil society, or the Ban Ki-moon Foundation as a representative of civil society working with leaders such as His Excellency Hun Sen and other leaders in the Philippines. I know we have the Honorable Bong with us today, Mr. Bong Go, and we love the Philippines, and we have the great Jose de Venecia, who's been a mentor to so many of us and is deeply beloved, he and his lovely wife Gina, and their children, who are all part of the UPF family. So the Philippines has a special place in our hearts always. We very much want this summit in Korea to build upon the work of your regional summit. So we are looking forward to the report from the deliberations that you're now having. We cannot be living at a more critical time in history. We feel the world is kind of dividing and polarizing into this era of what resembles a new Cold War. Some call it Cold War II. And there are alliances forming. We say in America that we're circling our wagons, but you see some alliances that are forming and made more pronounced by the recent invasion of Ukraine by Mr. Putin, and certain nations that are allying and perhaps supporting that effort, and other nations that are strongly resisting and opposing that. So you have something emerging that resembles the Cold War, and hopefully this war in Ukraine will not intensify and lead to a greater set of conflicts globally. We all have our eyes set on the Taiwan Strait and the challenges that are in the region of Northeast Asia, and particularly the issue of Taiwan, where recently our Speaker of the House of Representatives is planning to visit, but Mr. Biden met with Xi Jinping and got something of a scolding from President Xi about the Taiwan issue. Once again, very, very challenging issue. I know that there are issues related to the small island states in the South Pacific, and where we have many dear friends in Palau, Samoa, Vanuatu, and Kiribati, Tonga, etc., and as well as Australia and New Zealand. And so we pray that democracy can remain strong. One area that we're very concerned about is religious freedom, and encouraging all nations to deeply honor the human right spoken of in the UN Charter and in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and supported by the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, that all citizens are entitled to freedom of belief and freedom of conscience and freedom to exercise that faith without prejudice or bigotry or hate, or worst of all, violence. Our own movement, that is the religious movement of Father Mother Moon, has often faced misunderstanding, and so we sympathize with all traditions that may enjoy freedom in their own homeland, but sometimes when their religion is a minority in another country, they're often facing different sets of challenges. So we continue to be committed to the principle of dialogue, collaboration, working constructively, listening and learning from one another, having a goal to move toward increasing levels of cooperation and trust with one another. This is not an easy goal or task, but we are committed and dedicated. So I'm very, very excited about the upcoming program that will take place in Seoul that will advance this peace charter. We'll also have a resolution about religious freedom, and very strong delegations from Africa are in attendance with focus on youth education. A delegation of religious leaders coming to discuss a way that the African Union can build the foundation of UPF, an interfaith council of advisors that the governments can consult with at the African Union level. Very, very excited about that initiative as well. And finally, we are also in conversations with His Excellency Macky Sall, the President of Senegal, who is the chairman currently of the African Union, together with His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, and of course with His Excellency Samdech Hun Sen, and most certainly Mother Moon, about a significant summit that would bring together African leaders and the African Union in a summit that is convened together with Asian leaders. And so it would be an Asia-African summit, like bilateral, multilateral, global gathering with focus on these two central regions and leading regions of the world, and bringing them together for collaboration and how we can work to build lasting peace. And I think governments and leaders, not only from African Asia, but from, I know, from the United States and Europe and the Americas more broadly, will be extremely interested. Congratulations on the ILC. Once again, Honorable Eka, Dr. Kittle, Mr. Hori, and all of you who are investing so much in this region. And I hope to see some of you in Korea. And if not, I think we may meet up soon in Johannesburg, South Africa, perhaps, or even in Phnom Penh in Cambodia. Who knows? But all the best. God bless. Let's work together for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. The two continents that have the largest population of youth are Africa and Asia. And if we had a summit together, imagine the power. Young, old people, no, we want to retire, right? We can get those young people out there and get them involved. Thank you. We have two commentators to conclude this session. The first is Masaichi Hori from Japan, and he will speak with us live from video. Masaichi Hori was appointed by the UPF founder, Dr. Hak Ja Han Moon, as the regional president for the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification, the counterpart to Damian Dunkley, who represents the Asia Pacific one side, and Masaichi Hori represents the Asia Pacific two side. Before this appointment, he served as the vice president of the Family Federation in Japan and held many positions, guiding and successfully raising young people to be patriotic in their nature. Please, let's welcome President Masaichi Hori.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies and distinguished representatives of countries in Asia Pacific area. Thank you for participating in this ILC 2022 Asia Pacific. In particular, thank you for your condolences extended to former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe by the leaders representing the countries of the Asia Pacific region. During this period, Japan was all over the news about this tragic assassination. Japanese society is still reeling from the shock of the loss of a great leader. The investigation continues. Many mysteries remain. Impossible security holes, unnatural motives, and missing bullets, etc. Now, very strangely, some media outlets that have opposed Mr. Abe are sympathetic to the assassin and are trying to make religion the scapegoat as he wishes. Japan has a dark history of attempting to solve social unrest by excluding foreign new religions. Christianity was persecuted for 3 centuries and during World War II. Interestingly, sympathy for the assassins, religious hatred, and opposition to Prime Minister Abe's state funeral are being instigated by groups that have always opposed Prime Minister Abe. I hope my country will not repeat the same mistakes due to the temporary emotions. The life of the Prime Minister Abe was so great. Many people admired and liked him and loved him. He dedicated his great life to putting an end to the history of hatred and bloodshed and to building peace. He was a man of conviction who loved and defended his country. He did his best over many objections to solve resentment between Korea and Japan. He fostered love and trust even between countries with conflicting interests. He was a good understanding and collaborator in the peaceful unification of the Korean Peninsula. He tried to make Japan a leading peace-building nation. His legacy is connected to the legacy of our founders, Father Moon and Mother Moon, and to us. We will never forget him and will continue to realize his wish for peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final speaker, again, a commentator, is Mrs. Ani Andanar, peace activist from the Philippines. She's the wife. Yeah, somebody wanted to applaud, right? Let me not interrupt that. She's the wife of the late attorney Wencelito C. Andanar, the Undersecretary of State of the Department of Interior and Local Government under the administration of President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, and the Special Envoy to President Rodrigo Roa Duterte to Malaysia, 2018 to 2021. Madam Annie herself is currently the Special Assistant to the President Arroyo and the Honorary Advisor to the Malaysian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. But let me tell you one personal story, if I may. When we were having the Palau Asia Pacific Summit in 2019, her husband was in a hospital in Malaysia undergoing cancer therapy treatment. He wanted to go to the summit. The doctor said no. He went anyway. He left the hospital against the doctor's orders and said, I want to go. I want to support this peace initiative. It's too important and too powerful and too good. And I think she has inherited that heart, and she keeps telling us that he is with her all the time. Let us please welcome Madam Annie Andanar.
It's June, ladies and gentlemen, but help me make it through this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As Muslims, we say, peace be with you. Peace be upon all of you. Peace be upon all of us. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to share my insights this afternoon before all of you, the UPF's distinguished leaders of the Asia Pacific region, excellencies. Thank you very much for coming over and sharing your time and talents with us. Our colleagues in UPF Philippines and in Asia Pacific, I have been working with UPF Malaysia as well, and UPF Philippines. I wish to share the story about a freedom fighter who in her youth joined the movement for armed struggle. In 1978, this 17-year-old fourth-year high school student was chosen to become editor of the College Editors Guild of the Philippines and editor of her college publication, after being elected president of the student council. Her mother made a critical decision to transfer her daughter from an exclusive Catholic girls' school to a more conservative boarding school. This was the start of her initiation to become a freedom fighter. By using her two critical positions to lead her schoolmates to become critical thinkers and followers of a social democratic ideology. When the thirst for knowledge led to a more restless spirit to become involved in more proactive activities towards social change, she then decided to join the armed struggle, both as a combatant and as a propagandist. These were the bombings in August to October 1980 by the April 6 Liberation Movement, which culminated in the bombing at the Philippine International Convention Center, where President Ferdinand Marcos was a keynote speaker during the convention of the American Society of Travel Agents, hosted by the Philippines and held in Manila. President Ferdinand Marcos, as well as some 1,500 international delegates, were evacuated to safety. Then the arrests of underground activists happened and escalated. It was time to run away and hide. It was only in 1982 when this young woman resurfaced to become a political activist this time. She became involved in the parliamentary struggle and graduated into political action by being a staffer of the parliamentary opposition in our parliament in 1984 to 1986. Then in 1987, this woman, now married with 2 children, eventually joined the peace movement, which embarked on active nonviolence as a strategy for social transformation. A Jesuit priest, one of her mentors, Father Jose Blanco, founded the movement of students to bring about peaceful change, peaceful political change. He lived and preached nonviolence as the core of his ministry. These efforts culminated with a bloodless people power revolution of 1986 that saw ordinary citizens and the religious sector alike facing soldiers and tanks with rosaries and garlands of flowers offering peace. As for the former combatants of the April 6 Liberation Movement, it was a successful people's urban insurrection that eventually led to the ouster of President Ferdinand Marcos in February of 1986. 36 years after the Filipino people ousted President Marcos, his son, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., was elected by 31 million people, 31 million Filipinos who believed that unity can bring about change in our country again. After the EDSA People Power Revolution, this former freedom fighter evolved into a peace advocate and continues to participate actively in the movement for just and lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I am this woman, your faithful and tireless UPF worker. And I'm proud to have been with UPF since 2017. Peace and prosperity in the Korean Peninsula is a vision which can be a reality by strengthening UPF's collaborative, multi-sectoral, multi-faith, and multilateral strategy for achieving enduring peace. Through its various associations, such as the International Summit Council for Peace, ISCP, the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD, the International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, the Association for Academicians for Peace, IAAP, the International Association of First Ladies for Peace, IAFLP, and the International Association of Art and Culture for Peace, IAACP. We shall vigorously promote peace not only in the Philippines, not only in Asia Pacific, but in the world. Public diplomacy, people exchange, and activities for mutual cooperation toward achieving a global culture of peace must be enhanced. The Seoul Declaration needs to be affirmed and pursued in order to bring about a meaningful, creative, and realistic plan of action initiated by UPF and its various associations. We must aim to reject and eradicate the culture of violence and affirm our collective support for peace education through dialogue and consultation here and now. There is much noise and tension in our world. Let us come together as one family under God, believing that peace is possible in our lifetime. Thank you. Maraming salamat po. As we enjoin all of us together, let us contribute all we can in the pursuit of enduring peace. Again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good noon, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Wow. This concludes our second session. It's been tremendously powerful, enriching, and an opportunity for us to really look inside ourselves and make kind of new commitments and new beginnings. I now turn over the microphone to our in-house MC, Mr. Ronnie Sarusta.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robert S. Kittel, and to all the speakers and commentators of session 2. We will now declare our lunch break. We would like to inform everyone that the next session will start 2 p.m. And now entrees are ready. Lunch will be a buffet that will be served in the foyer area just outside of this hall. Please line up properly, get your food, and indulge in various delicious delicacies. We prepare an exceptional performance for all of you during this lunch break, which will be shown a little later. Thank you so much, and please enjoy your lunch. those who would like to take photo with the memorial table of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, we will allot 10 minutes if you are interested to take photo. After 10 minutes, we will remove the memorial table, the altar. Thank you so much.
Kami pareho. Pareho kami. Kami sir dito kuya sa hindi kasi talagang Vincent, kami kaya Sandy kami ang ano. Oo nga, kasi ganda ko talaga nakakita ng first time ko makikita. Sir, dito na ako. Deman. Alimutan ko yung first time. Kaya ko na ako. Puro makikita. Paano ba kami? Oo. Kasi yung balon mo. Kasi mali yung words. So, tama yung words. Ikaw, ayaw mo? Hindi. Ay, hindi. Isa. Tayo muna ako sa natin. Tayo muna. Benji. Let's do it. Okay, 1, 2. Another 1, 2. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's right. Okay, 1, 2. Another 1, 2, 3. Okay. Taking picture. Taking picture. I want to take. Okay. All right. Last. Halika. Picture tayo. Kasi si Sir Ronnie. Sir, Ano yan? Si Ronnie. Sure. Sir. Ito tayo. Benji. Saan si Kuya Peter? Ay. What we need is the alpha to set up the stage. Side to side.
Thank you so much. We will now remove the memorial altar. Staff, please help.
Okay. Sir, dito na lang, sir. Sir. Vince, ito. Tanggalin.
I hope everyone is enjoying their lunch. We prepare special performance for all of you. We will hear another song and then a special performance from the Kalinangan Dance Troupe a little later. Please enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, as you enjoy your lunch, we will now be witnessing a performance. First, once again, Miss Joanna Fernandez Velayo will render us another song entitled Somewhere Over the Rainbow. I would like to welcome on stage Miss Joanna Fernandez Velayo. A round of applause, please.
Sound. Bakit walang sound? Yung music na lang saan? Oh.
And once again, to render us a song, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, let's give a round of applause to Miss Joanna Fernandez Velayo.
Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind. like lemon drops way above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't
Thank you so much. Right now, we have a very special performance from the Kalinangan Dance Troupe. Kalinangan Dance Troupe is the official folk dance troupe of the Technological University of the Philippines, Manila. The group was founded in 1972 by Dr. Elizabeth S. Asinas, head of the Physical Education Department, and was formally organized the following year under its artistic director and choreographer, Professor Franco M. Velas. Since then, the group have provided the dance component of almost all activities of the university and have performed several full-length productions of Philippine folk dances within and outside Metro Manila. Currently, Kalinangan Dance Troupe is one of the most active performing groups of TUP, Office of Cultural Affairs, under the supervision of its cultural director, Professor Bernadette L. Alavazo, and its head coach, Mr. Percival V. Carel. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kalinangan Dance Troupe. How come you did not spill that red water there? Thank you so much. There you have it. The pride of the Technological University of the Philippines, the Kalinangan Dance Troupe. You shall now continue your lunch with some background music. Thank you. Shortly after, we're about to start our session number 3. We would like to ask everyone to please settle down. And now, I would like to recognize the presence of the Thailand Ambassador to the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Tul Traisorat. We are about to begin the session number 3. We would like to invite the members of the dais to be on the stage. Honorable Dr. Chayong Sachipanon, Honorable Ibrahim Shahid, Dr. Raimundo Arcega, Mr. Damian Dunkley, and Mr. Santos Neopane. Once again, we would like to ask members of the dais to be on the stage. We are about to start session number 3, Analysis and Strategies for Peace on the Korean Peninsula. Once again, we would like to invite the following members of the dais: Dr. Raimundo Arcega, Honorable Dr. Chayong Sachipanon, to be on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We shall now start the session number 3. It is a privilege for me to introduce to you the moderator for this session. He is Mr. Damian Dunkley, who has a background in business and marketing, also holds a bachelor's degree in multimedia arts and communication and a master's degree in religious studies. Our moderator for session number 3, ladies and gentlemen, the FFWPU Regional President Asia Pacific number 1, Mr. Damian Dunkley.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're getting ready for session 3. Your Excellencies, dignitaries, participants, friends, ladies, and gentlemen, a pleasant and good afternoon. My name is Damian Dunkley, and I will be your moderator for this session titled Analysis and Strategies for Peace on the Korean Peninsula. As we just heard before lunch from Dr. Walsh, the Seoul Declaration is now evolving into a peace charter, which will encompass not only the need for the reunification of the Korean Peninsula, but a broader approach toward a global culture of peace. This is the journey that we are on. Are you excited? Okay, we have 4 presenters, 3 in person and 1 via video for this session, and we will conclude with a short commentary. Let us get straight to it and proceed to our first speaker, the Honorable Dr. Chayong Sachipanon, the former ambassador of Thailand to 5 nations, including the United States and, importantly, the Republic of Korea. I'd also like to respect His Excellency Tul Traishaut that just arrived, the Thai ambassador to the Philippines. Again, thank you so much for coming. As for Dr. Chayong, it was a pleasure to fly here with you on Thai Airways from the land of smiles. Let us give a round of applause to Dr. Chayong Sachipanon.
Thank you very much, Dan, for kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I understand it's very difficult for everyone to pay attention on what I'm going to speak after a very religious lunch hosted by our UPF host. I'll do my best to make things easier. I will prepare a speech which probably in a longer words that many people expect that could lead up to 15 to 20 minutes. But I was told to summarize it in 5 to 10 minutes, that which I'm going to do it in my next, what I could present to you. Let me first extend my thanks to the UPF for bringing us all here today. Thank you for your kind invitation to this conference. I am really honored to be part of the UPF's untiring work
an unwavering commitment for peace on the Korean Peninsula and ultimately for peaceful unification. My experience in peace negotiation went back to the year 2000 when I was ambassador to Indonesia. With the invitation of the Indonesian government, I was able to engage the Thai military to come and help solving the problem of Aceh. And the Thai soldiers, 55 of them came over and unarmed the camp militaries. And after that, leading to the negotiations led by the European EU group of people with the leading action taken by the former president of Ireland. So that come to the peace settlement in Aceh, and congratulate Indonesia for the very successful negotiation. Went back over 20 years ago, and I was involved from the beginning of the negotiation at the invitation of the former president of the Republic of Indonesia. As for the session's theme, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to share my thought on strategies for peace on Korean Peninsula. As a former ambassador to the Republic of Korea, I have several opportunities to visit the border and was involved in observing what's going on in Korea. At the end of 2010, Thailand is one of the sending country, the send troops to help South Korea, to be independent from the invasion of North Korea in the year 1050. My view will be through the lens of Southeast Asian countries and with a focus on what ASEAN as an organization can contribute. This is what I think that as individual country, it would be very difficult to bring North Korea back to the table of negotiation. I'm convinced that ASEAN is in a unique position to play a constructive role for peace on this Korean Peninsula. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting today in the context of geopolitical, geoeconomics, and geostrategic changes, disruption and transformation. At the same time, COVID-19 still adversely affects all our efforts to restore our economies and to achieve sustainability. With these strong ties that ASEAN has with both Koreas, with its well-established architecture and mechanisms, and extensive networks of allies and partners, ASEAN is in a unique position to play a crucial supportive role. Several reasons could be pinpointed as follows. Firstly, Southeast Asian countries such as Cambodia, Myanmar, Vietnam, Laos, PDR, and Indonesia are considered to be traditional friends of North Korea. They have strong connections, functional relations, and positive track record with the North. Their impartial and unbiased stance may make the North feel comfortable to serve as a bridge builder, a peace broker, a credible mediator, or as a facilitator. These ASEAN countries represent a large and untapped source of political capital that should be more fully utilized. It was not just a coincidence that the historic summit between the US and North Korea in 2018 and 2019 took place in the ASEAN countries of Singapore and Vietnam. This further testifies to the fact that ASEAN states are seen as trusted partners
by the North. Beyond that, the Southeast Asian countries, including Thailand, can help cultivate trust and intensive cooperative ties with the North in multiple areas. A possible current priority may be in the fight against COVID-19 that the DPRK is now enduring. Such efforts may potentially convince the North to re-engage with the world and realize that hostility is both counterproductive and against its own interests. Secondly, although ASEAN has adhered to the United Nations principles against the DPRK's nuclear and missile programs, it also kept open channels of communication and dialogue with Pyongyang through the ASEAN Regional Forum, or ARF, which the North has been an active member and participate regularly since the year 2000. The DPRK also acceded to ASEAN's Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, or TAC, in the year 2008, showing its willingness to deepen ties with ASEAN community. Through the ARF, ASEAN has provided a neutral setting for North Korea to share its views with the world. With 27 members, including the US, China, Japan, Republic of Korea, and the EU, the ARF has been a vital channel of communication between North Korea and the international community. The only channel exists now. We therefore have to make full use of the forum by employing its confidence-building measures to continue creating a conducive atmosphere for a discussion and to support the DPRK's integration into the global community. In essence, greater cooperation, integration, and economic development are urgently needed to forge a better chance for peace and enhance the progress of denuclearization on the peninsula. Thirdly, ASEAN's inclusive and flexible approach, socialization style, and the so-called strategic patience, pragmatism, and soft diplomacy, or what we call even quiet diplomacy, as an appropriate that can be a sensible approach. This ASEAN way, underpinned by manifestation of goodwill, gradual winning and giving of trust, could foster change and encourage the North to return to the inter-Korean dialogue, as well as that with the US. Towards this goal, the North need to be consistently encouraged to make the right decision and commit to a peaceful dialogue. The ASEAN way will take time to show results, but I believe it is worthwhile. Ladies and gentlemen, I am in no way implying that achieving peace on the peninsula is an easy task. There is no ready-made one-size-fits-all formula or strategy. We have seen difficulties, we have seen setbacks and encounter obstacles. We have seen that over the past 75 years, despite various initiatives, ideas, and subtle strategic measures, lasting peace on the peninsula remains elusive. But we also know that there are opportunities to make progress. However, this must be based on a realistic understanding of both the internal cause and external conditions of the intricacies and implications of development on the ground and their wider impacts. Moreover, public participations and cooperation of all stakeholders should be the basis for the process. We need support from the ground level from individuals, communities, and institutions in all sectors of society. The UPF's work is a clear example of efforts at the civil society level. The UPF's work has truly complemented the existing frameworks and mechanisms at the government and multilateral level. We look forward to UPF continue good work and wish UPF success in every endeavor in the near future. In conclusion, which I try to summarize in a very short term to make it very practical in the way that as a diplomat, I always remind myself that I have to behave and be patient in every walk of life. Let us continue our efforts for a brighter future of lasting peace. Let us work together for an inter-Korean peace, for a unified Korea and a unified Korean Peninsula that is more harmonious, more prosperous, and more peaceful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for your wonderful speech. We're very grateful that you took the time to prepare for and attend this conference. And a key word that stood out for me was, with diplomacy, great patience is needed, great patience is required. But thank you for a very rich speech. Let's move now to our second presenter for this session, Honorable Ibrahim Shahid Zaki, the former ambassador of Maldives to Singapore. He's had a long and distinguished career serving in various national level capacities. Your Excellency, we offer you our sincere gratitude for attending and preparing for this event. Let us give a round of applause for the Honorable Ibrahim Shahid Zaki.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, former President of Palau, Your Excellency, former President of Sri Lanka, Your Excellency, former Vice President of Nepal, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the Universal Peace Federation for hosting the International Leadership Conference and for the excellent arrangements in accommodating us. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here today. Given recent events in Europe and elsewhere, the theme for this year's conference is especially pertinent: peaceful resolution of conflicts and creating a global culture of peace has taken a new meaning in a world grappling with multiple crises. May it be the conflict in Ukraine, the climate crises and extreme weather events, and political instability and authoritarianism. I come from the Maldives, which is a small island developing state in the Indian Ocean. For decades, we have maintained close relations with the Republic of Korea and our partners in East Asia. We have argued profoundly in the past, mutual respect and understanding must be the basis for the conduct of international relations between states. We continue to believe that these principles are sacrosanct and forms the cornerstone of diplomacy today. The situation in the Korean Peninsula perplexes us all, given the irrational and unpredictable nature of the North and its complete isolation from the international community. This has been especially true in the past few years, as it had continued to conduct nuclear tests and demonstrated its willingness to move towards proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their delivery systems. This goes against the nature and the spirit of the international disarmament machinery and threatens to undermine the rules basis of the international order. However, international isolation and extreme sanctions cannot provide an opening for dialogue in the future. While we know the prospects for diplomacy with North Korea has been low, there are several important steps that both sides need to consider taking. The most important among these are the discussions relating to humanitarian assistance to North Korea. Following on from the pandemic, the North Korean economic food security is in dire straits. Discussions on humanitarian assistance is also a deviation from the topic of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, which should remain a long-term objective. From what we have seen so far, and considering the relations of the level of trust between the North Korea and the United States and its partners, any discussions on the denuclearization would be a non-starter. Instead, there could be discussions on more practical measures, such as facilitating family reunions and return of the remains of service members. These could complement existing confidence-building measures over time. Finally, everyone knows the pattern of behavior which we have seen over the past decades. Regular military exercises by the United States and its partners agitate the North Korean regime, who would then maneuver to conduct multiple missile tests and then use rapprochement to extract economic concessions and aid. This cycle needs to be broken and more accurately to be realigned to cause North Korea to sit down at the table. Even if agreements and concessions are reached, North Korea at best remains an unreliable partner given the history of past transgression in breaking off from agreed conditions. Furthermore, domestic political interest in the democratic South would also dictate the direction of inter-Korean engagement, given the tight policy space for both the United States and South Korea. Unless there is a fundamental shift, the status quo in the Korean Peninsula will remain. However, I believe it is in the interest of both the United States and South Korea to engage constructively with the North Korea and Kim Jong-un. Unilateral action on humanitarian aid and other limited concessions could provide some breathing space to general diplomatic momentum for future discussions. If North Korea is fearful for its own security in the midst of highly militarized region, then common sense dictates that it would be unlikely for them to engage on any discussions concerning denuclearization. There needs to be a paradigm shift in strategies where all the approaches in the past have failed. I believe this change must begin with the United States. North Korea, with its irrationality and belligerence, is unlikely to initiate a change on its own accord. In a nutshell, the international community must think about a shift in strategy towards the North, provided limited sanctions relief, cease further agitation through military exercises, aim for the low-hanging fruit in the short to medium term, and build trust over time through a mutually agreed framework. As elusive as it is, peace in the Korean Peninsula deserves serious attention by the international community and a shift in the basic fundamentals on how we approach the issue. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zaki, for your wonderful speech. We're now going to listen to the third speech via video. This is Professor Bo Ji-yu, a leading authority on Chinese politics. He's the founder and president of the Bo Ji-yu China Institute in Wellington, New Zealand. We thank Professor Bo for taking the time to prepare his message and offer to this conference. Let us give a round of applause to Professor Bo Ji-yu. Thank you.
Honorable Chair of the UPF Asia Pacific, Professor Dr. Jin Song-bai, Chair of the Hanjiang Academic Foundation, Dr. Chen Vanworth, President of the Asian Vision Institute. Many thanks for your kind invitation for me to participate in this seminar of the great importance for today's world. Distinguished panelists, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored to join you all for a serious academic discussion of the theme on the establishment of sustainable peace in the Asia Pacific based on universal humanism. The title of my talk today is How to Establish Sustainable Peace in the Asia Pacific with Universal Humanism. As some of you might know, Morgan A. Kaplan, a leading authority on international politics, published a book on international relations theory 65 years ago. Entitled System and the Process in International Politics, the book was the best work on IR theories at the time of its publication in 1957, and it is still the best today, to my knowledge, because of its three distinctive features: historically accurate, theoretically sophisticated, and philosophically valid. His theory of international politics introduces 6 different types of international systems: the balanced power system, the loose bipolar system, the tight bipolar system, the universal international system, the hierarchical international system, and the unit veto international system. We could find historical prototypes for some of these systems. We could also predict future evolutions of international systems with this framework of analysis. Realist IR theorists, such as Hans Morgenthau, Kenneth Waltz, and John Mearsheimer, could provide an accurate description of a predominantly European balanced power system of 17th to 20th centuries, starting with the Peace of Westphalia in 1648 to the end of World War II in 1945, or a global bipolar system of the Cold War era between 1945 and 1991. But they could not comprehend a post-Cold War world. Mearsheimer, a new realist, famously declared in his article published in The Atlantic in August 1990, "We would soon miss the Cold War." For him, the alternative to the Cold War is worse than the Cold War itself. In this regard, Kaplan's theory is superior. Kaplan's theory could not only describe the balanced power system and Cold War system, but also predict their demise and project future development. For instance, Kaplan successfully predicted the collapse of the Soviet Empire in 1985. 6 years before the actual collapse of the Soviet Union. He also predicted in 1987 the rise of China under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping. Realist practitioners such as George F. Kennan and Henry Kissinger tend to evaluate international conflicts in terms of tangible powers. For them, hard powers, such as military powers and economic powers, are far more important than soft powers, such as political institutions and human values. For them, a weaker country should yield to the bullying of the stronger power, because in the self-help system of international anarchy, the weak power would not end well if not capitulating to the stronger one. Published on February 5th, 1997 in the New York Times, Kennan considered the expansion of NATO to Russia's borders a fateful error. NATO's expansion, as Kennan, the architect of American Cold War strategy, put it, would be the most fateful era of the American policy in the entire post-Cold War era. After Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, some Chinese commentators used Kennan's quote as the evidence of Kennan's far-sightedness. Henry Kissinger, a key player of international politics who helped open the door to China in the early 1970s, also expressed similar opinions much more recently. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland on May 23rd, 2022, the 4th month of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, former U.S. Secretary of State urged Ukraine to cede its own territories to Russia in order to end the invasion. For Kissinger, it will be another fateful era for the United States and the West to seek an embarrassing defeat for Russia in Ukraine. Kissinger, Secretary of State to Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, asked the West to force Ukraine into accepting negotiations with status quo ante, restoring a situation in which Russia formally controlled Crimea and informally controlled Ukraine's two easternmost regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. Kissinger's comments were against the will of the Ukrainian people and their president. In my opinion, these realist theorists and practitioners have made two serious mistakes. First, they have ignored the structural changes of the international system. A post-Cold War world is not a return to a multipolar system of European style. It has become an universal international system. In this system, Russia is just a country among many others. It is not comparable to the Soviet bloc during Cold War era that was composed of the Soviet Union of 15 republics and its satellite countries organized into a military alliance of the Warsaw Pact and economic alliance of the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance. Russian President Vladimir Putin had ignored this structure change at his peril. The second mistake these realist theorists and practitioners have made is that they have disregarded the fundamental principle of universal humanism. Universal humanism refers to a new brand of humanism in the context of globalization comprising both universality and wholeness. This kind of humanism, as Tom Swartel points out, promulgates a new world order and ethical thinking, striving for unity and equality of humans on the global level. Based on this type of universal humanism, we could hopefully establish sustainable peace in the region with following proposals. First, we need to work together to build broad and inclusive united front for sustainable peace in the Asia-Pacific within an international network of peace-loving peoples and organizations. In my view, peace is composed of a series of interrelated concentric circles. Taking the bilateral peace between two countries as the innermost circle, we may find at least three more circles of regional peace, major regional peace, and global peace. Suppose the peace between North Korea and South Korea constitutes the innermost circle. Then the second innermost circle would be the region of Northeast Asia. Then third one being the mega region of Asia Pacific. And the outermost region being the entire world. In the post-Cold War era, these circles of peace are mostly connected because of a global security mechanism, including primarily the UN Security Council. Not particularly effective deterrent to bilateral wars at the moment, UN security is a watchdog for global peace. We need to work together to strengthen the UN Security Council, particularly preventing it from being abused by aggressors. A new network of security mechanisms in the Asia-Pacific is being formed, including quadrilateral security dialogue among Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, and Quad Plus with representatives from South Korea, New Zealand, and Vietnam. In addition, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the European Union, especially France, Germany, Italy, and Netherlands, have produced their own Indo-Pacific strategies. Second, we need to promote democracy in the region and in the world. Democracy is a noble goal by itself because it is a form of government, in the words of U.S. President Abraham Lincoln, of the people, by the people, for the people. It provides its citizens and residents with undeniable human rights, including freedom of assembly, freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and property rights. Democracy could also be means to peace. Originally conceived by Thomas Paine and Immanuel Kant, the democratic peace theory has found empirical support since 1800s. Since democracies usually do not fight wars with one another, a world of democracies will be a world of peace. In this regard, a democratic North Korea would be a force of peace on the Korean Peninsula. A democratic mainland China would be more likely than not to find peace with Taiwan and its neighbors. Third, we need to work together to develop an incentive scheme to penalize aggressors and support defenders. Aggressions are usually started by authoritarian leaders because they believe benefits from their adventures outweigh costs. We need to send a clear message to them that they will gain nothing from their aggressive behavior and potentially lose everything. President Putin is learning the hard way right now. He vastly overestimated his gains from his adventures and drastically underestimated his losses from his endeavor. He's paying a huge price for his fateful errors. In sum, if we want to build sustainable peace in the Asia-Pacific region, we should do well avoiding advice from realists, theorists, and practitioners. They pay too much attention to hard powers and too little attention to soft powers. They tend to be blind to structural changes of the international system. Armed with Kaplan's theory of international systems, we may find it easier to understand the kind of international system we are in today and predict where we are going next in the future. With universal humanism, we are convinced that peace is an integrated whole, and we could establish sustainable peace bilaterally, regionally, and globally through strengthening global security mechanisms such as UN Security Council, regional mechanisms such as Quad and Quad Plus, through promoting democracy in the region and in the world, and through providing no benefits and unbearable costs to aggressors. This will conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Oh, for your very comprehensive speech. So, are you ready for our final presenter? Just checking. Our final presenter, the Dr. Raimundo Arsiga, President of the University of Muntinlupa, Philippines, and Chairman of the Board of the Diliman Educational Corporation. Thank you, Doctor, for supporting this important event. Let us give a warm round of applause for Dr. Raimundo Arsiga.
reunification of the Korean Peninsula is about time and season. While the time and the season has not come yet, all of us must have to believe that after coronavirus, we're stepping into the new journey. And there is a need for us to enjoy the time and the season. For us to enjoy the time and the season, we have to embrace the future. And embracing the future will require all of us to forget those things that happened in the past. We all came here not by accident. We all came here in the International Leadership Conference for a vision, for a commitment. Vision is the end, and the end is the beginning. Let us not forget who we are, for whom we are, and what we have to do for those for whom we are. The ongoing conflict between North and South Korea has been one of the major threats to global peace and security, even after the end of the Korean War in 1953. Ideological differences caused this unsettled dispute between these two countries, and until now, its effect is truly evident. Solving this problem has become a difficult challenge for the United Nations and other global peace-building organizations like the Universal Peace Federation since then. This critical issue of our time must be taken seriously through various efforts of studying the real condition, at the same time implementing necessary actions to prevent clashes and promote peace within the peninsula. That is why it is vital for us to gather today in this International Leadership Conference to share our insights and have meaningful discussions in order to analyze and formulate strategies to achieve the goal of peace on the Korean Peninsula. The contemporary world shows us the advantage of global governance, which highlights interdependence, multi-sectoral collaborative efforts, mutual goals, and universal values for the welfare of every individual. Therefore, this event is timely and gives us the venue to explore different prospects for peaceful reconciliation of the Korean people. At this point, I would like to discuss different approaches of analysis and attaining peace on the Korean Peninsula, politically, economically, and socio-culturally. First, I want to give emphasis on the political aspect of the issue. As I have said, political ideology is the root cause of the division between North and South. Both countries have their own way of political system, and policy is a very sensitive matter in the Korean Peninsula. Whatever changes in the policies in either of the North or South Korean government, the other party reacts, especially when it comes to political behavior in military alliances and national security policies. I believe policy changes trigger provocations for clashing. It is therefore necessary for us peace builders to look into the political causes of the conflict and talk about proposed policy recommendations that can be suggested into peacekeeping bodies and reach North and South Korea. Remember that more than traditional security, non-traditional security should be given more attention to protect our people. Secondly, establishing strong economic relationships in the Korean Peninsula could intensify interdependence not only between North and South Korea, but also promote amity with other regions. Humanity has a common need, and at the end, we all need to survive. Global economy is the base to start, a stable, peaceful global society. Let us assess the economic needs, risks, and opportunities of North and South Korea and see how economic interdependence could be enhanced at this rate. This might be impossible to think, but again, Koreans are humans who commonly need food, jobs, services, and technology for sustainability and development. Poverty and lack of resources are reasons why aggressive actions become a resort for some to desperately solve these problems. However, if people, especially the Korean people, value the economy rather than amity, damages will be avoided and development will be prioritized. Mutual prosperity should not be compromised and set aside. Finally, the socio-cultural aspect is vital for peace building in the Korean Peninsula. I think culture is the best key for Korean peace because they cannot deny the fact that they have a common identity regardless of their different political beliefs. Whether North Koreans or South Koreans, they are still Koreans and came from one nation. Wrong social meanings about each other's country should be corrected. The role of education is essential to break the false assumptions and impressions that divide one another. As agents of peace, we must promote universal values in which humanity is noble qualities that are common to every religion, culture, and society, and should be given high importance. We must initiate programs and discussion that will remind Korean people about the beauty of the culture they share. I believe that this is the closest way for reconciliation through our collaborative work to propagate peace education. I'm confident that it's possible to resolve these issues. I would like to encourage everyone that achieving peace in Korean Peninsula will be one of the greatest milestones of peace advocacy and our legacy in our lifetime. Notwithstanding of the sector we're representing, the government, the education, the non-government organizations, and political organizations have this responsibility, not just for the nation, but for God. Leadership will come and go. Leadership is not permanent, but our leadership will be remembered if we did well, while we still have the authority to change the lives of people around us. Gaining peace in Korea will teach people around the world that global peace is also possible. Let us not give up helping and contributing for this noble mission. We are global networks of peace builders. Dear participants of the International Leadership Conference, I just hope this will not just one among those conferences that we have attended. May this conversation define our dream to have global peace, not for our generation, for the generation after us. Let us not give up, because if we will not give up, we will not fail. A pleasant afternoon to everyone, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Doctor. There is a season and there is a time. I believe this is the time. I can see some in agreement. Thank you again. And now for commentary. Of course, you will all have commentary during the break amongst yourselves, but for official commentary on the theme of this session, which is analysis and strategies for peace on the Korean Peninsula, I will call upon Mr. Santosh Neopane, the director of the Universal Peace Federation for Central Asia Pacific. Mr. Neopane has a master's degree in True Parent Studies from Chongshim Theological University and a master's degree in International Studies, majoring in Korean Studies from Hanyang University in South Korea. Let us welcome Mr. Santosh Neopane for his remarks.
Very much, President Dunkley. Honorable Chairman Dhakal, Excellencies, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank my fellow panelists for wonderful thoughts on the given topic. Now, I'd like to make my comments as follows. Jin Suk Baek, a graduate of Academy of Fine Arts in Seoul, who resides in Croatia, expressed during the webinar organized by Universal Peace Federation in Europe, and I quote, "Since Korea was divided despite the will of Koreans, reunification cannot be dependent only on two Korea." I agree with the saying of Ms. Suk. The involvement of 6 parties and other international agencies are the most compulsory agent for the reunification of Korean Peninsula. However, reunification of Korean Peninsula without considering the involvement of artistic aspects of similar art, tradition, history, and culture will be too much technical, and it might not be a good model of reunification. Art, culture, and tradition are expression of our thoughts, emotion, perception, values, and desire. There must be thousands of stories in our society where we can testify the role of art, culture, and tradition for the respective society, promoting peace and helping to build a peaceful family, society, and nation. Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, who is universally known as the mother of peace or true mother of humankind, says, and I quote, "People often think that politics moves the world, but that is not the case. It is culture and art that moves the world. It is affection, not reason, that touches people in their innermost being." Approaching the division of Korean Peninsula with art and culture is different from doing so with politics and economics. Culture and art, despite their diversity, are free, less competitive, and more universal. Furthermore, we all know that Korean people share a long history. They survived repeated invasion by China, the Mongol, and Japanese Empire. In 1919, the March 1st independence movement against Japanese colonial rule was founding milestone for modern Korea. Moreover, the Korean people share a deep-rooted mythology, the legend of King Dangul, which is supposed to have established the Korean nation. Korean nation nearly 5 millennia ago. Both history and mythology have played their part in shaping and enduring Korean identity. Furthermore, 3 perspective principle of Korean Peninsula peace and security by former President of South Korea, Kim Dae-jung, during his inaugural speech can be very thoughtful. First, we will never tolerate armed provocation of any kind. Second, we do not have any intention to harm or absorb North Korea. Third, we will actively pursue reconciliation and cooperation between the South and the North, beginning with those areas which can be most easily agreed upon. Now, what can be the role of civil society organization working in the field of peace in Korean Peninsula? Number 1, start the program based in South Korea where we can bring together youth from the South who have little interest in reunification and young stars from North through cultural education program or sports program and exchange program within schools. Bringing the women leaders of both Korea together, as women are particularly in well placed to bring people together, people closer together. Let's work together with both Koreans and practically with young people of South and teach them the significance of reunification, especially in terms of economics. Let's educate them to know the power of language, art, culture, and more importantly, the spirit of filial piety, which is rooted in the blood lineage of Koreans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neopane. Thank you, speakers. I think this has been a rich and valuable session. Each speaker was concise, and I'm sure that if you approach them, they will give you their paper and their further remarks. I'm very grateful to everybody who's attended this session. The after lunch session always takes extra effort. Before I yield the floor to announcements, I believe that I should remind you there might be some snacks and coffee waiting for us with great anticipation to encourage us. But before we do that, I would like to thank again, really, for your participation, your preparation. It's a lifetime of work. And really, I think we all feel encouraged by you and everyone that has spoken today. Thank you all. Let's give a final round of applause to our great speakers.
Yes, thank you so much to the President, Damian Dunkley, and to all the speakers and commentators of the last session. Thank you so much and good afternoon, everyone. With this, we will now declare our coffee break. We will have our 15-minute coffee break and we will have the next session after that. We would like to call on our photographers. We will now have the pictures. Thank you so much. And with this, those who would like to have their teas, to have their coffee, it will be served in the foyer area just outside of this hall. The next session is session 4, Conflict Resolution and the Role of Faith-Based Organizations, NGOs, and Women.
Prince, can we test the PowerPoint? Another PowerPoint, can we test? Okay. How many PowerPoint? 2? Okay.
We would like to ask all the delegates of the International Leadership Conference to be inside the hall. Soon we are about to start the next session, session number 4, Conflict Resolution and the Role of Faith-Based Organization, NGOs, and Women.
Let's test the third one, PowerPoint, the script, English. Okay, thank you.
UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
It is a time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we're here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a rally of hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former US Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and the heavily unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue, and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God.
Thank you so much. And that explains the Universal Peace Federation and all the pillars of the UPF. For now, we would like to encourage everyone to please be inside the hall. We're about to start the session number 4. Also, we would like to call on the members of the dais to be on the stage. Mrs. Gita Rajan, Mrs. Teresia Kittel, Archbishop Elias Horia, His Excellency Dr. His Excellency Dr. Seng Samoni, Most Reverend Antonio J. Ledesma, and Dato Bindi Rajasegaran. to be on the dais. Soon we are about to start the next session. Ushers and usherettes, stage usher, please help the members of the dais to be on their respective seats. Likewise, we would like to ask everyone to please guide all the delegates and the participants to be inside the hall. We're about to start the next session. I hope everyone is still okay. Are you okay? Yes, that's right. Konnichiwa. Kia ora. Good afternoon, everyone, and mabuhay greetings. You are now attending the session number 4, which is the conflict resolution and the role of the faith-based organizations, NGOs, and women. Before we start, we would like to encourage everyone to please be inside the hall. Shortly after, we will start the session number 4. Thank you so much, everyone. And now, the long wait is over. We shall now proceed to the session 4, conflict resolution and the role of the faith-based organizations, NGOs, and women. I shall now introduce to you the moderator for this session. None other than Archbishop Elias T. Soria, the current president of Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD Philippines, and the president of Asian Clergy Leadership Conference, ACLC Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Archbishop Elias T. Soria.
Good afternoon. This is the last session for today. So let's keep it up and let's finish this session. Our second commentator is joining us a little bit later. So let's proceed for now. Honorable Eknat Dakal, the Universal Peace Federation Regional Chair, Asia Pacific. Dr. Robert S. Kittle, the UPF Co-Chair, Asia Pacific. In behalf of the Universal Peace Federation, allow me to express our gratitude to all of you to have really made time for this conference, especially our speakers and commentators who have confirmed despite their busy schedule. Excellencies, Reverences, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon. Session 4 will focus the discussion on conflict resolution and the role of faith-based organizations, the non-government organizations, and women. Reverend Dr. Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, co-founders of the Universal Peace Federation, have established numerous organizations and made the following initiatives and engagements. On conflict resolutions and peace initiatives, they have established the Balkans Peace Initiative, the Baltic Peace Initiative, overcoming historical tensions between Russia, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, now Ukraine. The Middle East Peace Initiative, special focus on Israel, and the North Asia Peace Initiative with special focus on the Korean Peninsula. The South Asia Peace Initiative, the South Caucasus Peace Initiative through people-to-people diplomacy. Other than that, the Universal Peace Federation has proposed a bicameral interfaith council in the United Nations, a combination of the wisdom and efforts of religious leaders work cooperatively and respectfully with government officials who have much practical wisdom and worldly experience. Other than that, Universal Peace Federation is engaged on the World Association for Non-Government Organizations, which was initiated last year 2000, providing the mechanism and support needed for NGOs. But of course, for the women, we have, as we have seen in the video, we have the Women's Federation for World Peace, which is engaging in the women's concern. And in collaboration with the Women's Federation for World Peace, current and former First Ladies from throughout the world are being enjoined for peace advocacy. Excellencies, Reverences, gentlemen and ladies, we have invited 4 honorable and distinguished scholars as speakers from the religious, non-government organizations and government sector as discussants to enlighten us on the topic at hand, and 2 beautiful women commentators. Our first presenter is Dr. Acharya Dr. Srivatsa Goswami, Chief Priest of Sri Radharamana Temple, Republic of India, and Chairman of the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, Asia Pacific. He sent us his recorded presentation because he cannot be with us in person. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Acharya Dr. Srivacha Goswami on screen with a round of applause.
Krishnaya Vasudevaya Hare Paramatmane Pranatak Kleshanashaya Govindaya Namo Namah. Friends, life, and more so the human life, it appears is a dialectical process which moves between union and separation, unification and division. But between these two, unification is mostly welcome and the division is mostly unwanted. But sometimes the opposite can also happen. It can happen. The Upanishads, one of the earliest Hindu sacred texts, narrate a story when the time has not begun. At that time, the absolute reality, the divine reality, was just by herself or itself or himself. Probably just by itself. But it was very lonely and very bored. And the Upanishads say that the lonely absolute fell due to its boredom and heaviness, and it fell into two pieces. It divided itself as female and male. And thereafter, after the division, the desire to unite started in these two parts of the ultimate. And with this desire to unite, the process of creation began. The absolute reality functioned actually as the true parents of all creation, not just humans, but all living beings. So, although the ultimate reality is one, but to function, it has to be divided into two. But despite the division being welcome and good for us, the absolute separation and division is never welcome. The ideal desired goal for any activity or any life is unification, to unite, to come together. With that story in mind, when I reflect on the human affairs today, we the humans are all one species, but look at the miracle. The miracle is that unfortunately we have mastered ourselves in the art of division. On any frivolous pretext, we are searching for pretext to divide our own family. Whether it is on the pretext of geography, or language we speak, or the food we eat, or the political and social systems we create for our convenience or economic processes, we look the earliest possible reason for separation and division. And unfortunately, and most unfortunately, we also feel glorious in dividing on the name of religion, on the name of God and gods. We, on the Indian subcontinent, have faced the curse of this artificial and unfortunate division on the name of religion. One culture, one food, one language, one political system. There is no other reason left for division. So God came handy. The religious practices came handy, and we committed a mistake. We committed a mistake of dividing the people as Indians and Pakistanis. And look, after the division, 75 years later, both are still suffering. None of them is happy about that division. So, moving from there, I feel that the world has suffered at the hands of power-hungry vested interests, and they use and misuse religion. Why do we allow that? Why do we allow that? But there is a hope. There is a ray of hope of these kind of power-driven, vested interest-driven divisions can be undone. And we have seen that in Europe, the reunification is possible and it is good for humanity. We can undo our mistakes. So the onus is not to be left for politicians or economists or scientists, but the onus should be on the religions and religious institutions and religious leadership. Not just to pray together. We have to pray together, fine, for the sake of suffering humanity. It looks like a far dream, but our true parents, Dr. and Mrs. Moon, has shown us the way that how the religious leaders should be responsible and should respond to the unfortunate situations like the artificial divisions of human family on the one or the other pretext. And the present example or the concern for us, this deliberation, is the reunification of the Korean Peninsula. And with that hope, I pray that Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukh bhag bhavet. Let this earth be a one human family. Thank you so much.
Indeed, reunification is called for when? Now. Thank you, Acharya Dr. Srivatsi, for a beautiful presentation. Our second speaker is Dato Bindi Rajasigaran. She's the former district governor of the Rotary International District 3300 of Malaysia. She is also the director of the National Coalition for Mental Well-Being in Malaysia. Let us welcome Dato Bindi Rajasigaran to the podium with a round of applause.
Excellencies, honorable and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Now, these are not suggestion of names of your next child or grandchild. These are actually names of disasters. And the irony of it is most of the disasters are named after the feminine gender. Did you ever wonder why? And a study was done and they found disasters named after the feminine gender were more disastrous. Figure it out. I don't have an answer. Anyway, disasters are part of the reason for conflict. And more reasons are violent conflicts, natural disasters, climate change, and environment pollution. However, there is a huge plethora of reasons involved in conflict. It's horrifying to know that man-made conflicts resulting in wars are happening in this day and age in our so-called civilized society. Natural disasters are not in our control, not entirely, but today we understand that mankind's ignorance of the environment for the past few decades has resulted in the increase of natural disasters as we are experiencing today. Now, the result of the research done in the Ecological Threat Report of 2021 reflects that ecological damage is a major driver of conflict, and it's getting worse. Conflict and resource degradation are strongly connected. The northern tip of South America, most of the sub-Saharan countries, Afghanistan and its neighboring countries, and in the Far East, you see North Korea. Now, if we compare it, with a global positive peace index, there are some very distinct similarities. Countries with higher ecological threats have a lower peace index. And the average level of global country peacefulness has deteriorated by 0.3%. And this is the 11th deterioration in the past 14 years. And these deteriorations primarily are driven by changes in refugees and internally displaced people, political terror scale, and neighboring countries' relations. Today, over 90 million people are displaced as a result of conflict, violence, persecution, and human rights violations. And half of them are children. We refuse to accept conflict as a way of life. I speak as a Rotarian and how we in Rotary approach conflict resolution and peace building. In Rotary, we provide training that fosters understanding and provides communities with the skills to resolve conflicts. We have a hands-on approach that delivers capacity building. As a service organization, peace is a cornerstone of our mission. We believe when people work to create peace in their communities, that change can have a global effect. Rotary has no jurisdictional power, and we are not a religion. We have no army armed with weapons or tanks, and we insist on being non-political, but we do work with governments very closely. Rotary has always approached peacemaking systematically. We have sought to break down barriers that cause conflict amongst people. Humanitarian aid has been Rotary's answer to hunger, sickness, illiteracy, and economic disaster, all seeds of conflict. Now, what is the role of a Rotarian in promoting peace? You can see the Rotary's areas of focus on the screen, and all our areas of focus are in line with United Nations SDGs. Now, where roles of the Rotarians are concerned, number one, we are practitioners. Our work, fighting disease, providing clean water and sanitation, improving the health of mothers and children, supporting education, growing local economies, and preserving the environment directly builds the optimal conditions for peaceful societies. We are mediators. Our members have negotiated humanitarian ceasefires in areas of conflict to allow polio vaccinators to reach children who are at risk. We are advocates. Our members have an integral role as respected, impartial participants during peace processes and in post-conflict reconstruction. We focus on creating communities and convening groups that are connected, inclusive, and resilient. And we are educators. Our Rotary Peace Centers have trained over 2,000 peace fellows, and we are still continuing this program. And we educate them in a master's program in peace building to become effective catalysts for peace through careers in government, education, and international organizations. This has proven to be our most successful program in building sustainable peace. This is our army on the ground, our peace soldiers, armed with knowledge in peace building and not with guns for war. Our programs are also focused on conflict transformation, which involves identifying and working with the underlying conditions, relationships, and social structures that give rise to conflict. Through this process, one moves beyond conflict resolutions or management to change the environment that has led to conflict. This focus on transformation helps ensure sustainable peace. And among the projects that we do a lot of youth programming projects, empowering the youth in peace and decision-making process, peace training and conference workshops, this is in capacity building, refugee integration projects that address refugee integration in destination countries, domestic violence and human trafficking programs, security-based programs. These are programs which are community-based policing in an approach that brings together the police, civil society, and communities to work together to develop solutions to local safety and security. Socioeconomic initiatives, media, communication, and civic education. It cannot be denied that media plays a very important role in the peace process. And traditional justice and reconciliation. And what all Rotary projects have in common is ultimately they contribute to a more peaceful society. This is positive peace. When we create communities where neighbors can thrive socially, emotionally, and economically. Positive peace is not merely a lack of conflict. It's the active effort to create equitable and resilient societies where people can reach their potential. Our commitment to peace building today answers new challenges, how we can make the greatest possible impact, or how we can achieve our vision of lasting change. We are approaching the concept of peace with greater cohesion and inclusivity, broadening the scope of what we mean by peace building and finding more ways for people to get involved. We need to create environments of peace. Thank you.
Peacemaking is a peace building. Wonderful. Wonderful for those beautiful thoughts. Thank you, Dato Bindi Rajasigaran. Our third speaker is a Roman Catholic Archbishop Emeritus of Cagayan de Oro, Southern Philippines, Most Reverend Antonio J. Ledesma of the Society of Jesus. He attended the University of Wisconsin-Madison in the United States, completing his doctorate degree in development. He served as a member of the Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace of the Roman Catholic. Let us welcome Most Reverend Antonio Ledesma to the podium with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, my friends. I would like to acknowledge the earlier speakers, even this morning and this afternoon, for many of the seminal thoughts that I will just repeat with you. But the focus of my presentation is really what was called earlier universal humanism. So to promote human fraternity, human brotherliness and sisterliness for conflict resolution, the role of faith-based organizations. I will start with the opening sentence of the joint statement of Pope Francis for Christians and also for the Grand Imam of Al-Ashar, Ahmad Al-Tayeb for Muslims, when they gave this presentation in Abu Dhabi in February of 2019. Faith leads a believer to see in the other a brother or sister to be supported and loved. And that is the meaning of human fraternity. This document entitled Human Fraternity for World Peace and Living Together can be viewed as a prelude to Pope Francis' latest encyclical entitled Fratelli Tutti, or To All My Brothers, on fraternity and friendship, last October 2020. Fraternity, the foundation and pathway to peace, was one of the first statements of Pope Francis when he started his term as the Holy Father in January of 2014. Without fraternity, he said, it is impossible to build a just society and a solid and lasting peace. And he also brings up the story of Cain and Abel in the book of Genesis, which was really the story of the two brothers of the first parents of humankind. And it was also the account of the first murder or killing, a fratricide, a killing by a brother of another brother. Where is your brother? Am I my brother's keeper? Is the answer, and for you. But you have only one Father, who is God, and you are all brothers and sisters. This is the gospel message for Christians and for all of us. So it is in that sense that my presentation has three parts. The first one is the role of faith-based organizations is to promote human dignity, the dignity of every human person and human rights. The image of God, What then is the role of religious leaders in cultivating fraternity and social friendship? For Pope Francis, their foremost role is to affirm the transcendent dignity of the human person. Every human being he states that when in the name of an ideology there is an attempt to remove God from society, that society ends up in adoring idols. Every human being, he says, has the right to live with dignity and to develop integrally, a dignity based not on circumstances, but on the intrinsic worth of their being. He also talks about the globalization of the most basic of human rights, such as the effective elimination of hunger. Hunger is criminal. Food is an inalienable right. We see here the destruction of Marawi City, which occurred in 2017 in northern Mindanao. And it was really an example of urban warfare and maybe conflict between an extremist group of Muslims and also trying to retake the city, taken several months by the government forces. But it is also an example of how the breakdown of peace can bring about a lot of suffering for both Christian and Muslim communities. So one fundamental right that the Pope stresses in the journey towards fraternity and peace is religious freedom for believers of all religions, accepting our differences and rejoicing that as children of the one God, we are all brothers and sisters. Pope Francis has repeatedly referred to the current ecumenism of blood suffered by Christians in various parts of the world. For us Christians, he notes, the wellspring of human dignity and fraternity is in the gospel of Jesus Christ. A second aspect for faith-based organizations is to create a culture of encounter. One key role that religious leaders can undertake in Pope Francis' vision of a global family is to create a new culture of encounter. This means that we as a people should be passionate about meeting others, seeking points of contact, building bridges, planning a project that includes everyone. Encounter is brought about through dialogue that is sincere, listens carefully to the other side, acknowledges whatever is positive and constructive, and builds up on the consensus of various participants. The pictures you see there are really pictures of encounter and dialogue among Christian and Muslim religious leaders in Mindanao over the past 2 or 3 years, especially after the Marawi siege. But also over the past 2 decades in Mindanao, Christian bishops and Muslim ulama have engaged in periodic dialogue meetings to discuss conflict situations that have arisen between Muslim and Christian communities or between the military and armed Islamic groups, particularly during the destructive siege of Marawi City. We have come out with joint statements condemning the violence from either side, and it worked for the forging of a peace settlement, such as the approval of the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. It is in this sense that here again we are reminded by the joint statement in Abu Dhabi. We declare that the adoption of a culture of dialogue as the path, mutual cooperation as the code of conduct, and reciprocal understanding as the method and standard. In a sense, Pope Francis points out that authentic social dialogue involves the ability to respect the other's point of view and to admit that it may include legitimate convictions and concerns. He also calls for a genuine social encounter that calls for a dialogue that engages the culture shared by the majority of the people. For Pope Francis, the concept of people is in fact open-ended, a living and dynamic people, a people with a future, is one constantly open to a new synthesis through its ability to welcome differences. So a third task of faith-based organizations is working for a just peace. In his address on nuclear weapons in Nagasaki, Japan, only about 2 years ago during the 75th anniversary of that event, Pope Francis stressed that a real and lasting peace will only be possible on the basis of a global ethic of solidarity and cooperation in the service of a future shaped by interdependence and shared responsibility in the whole human family. This solidarity in the message of Fratelli Tutti means thinking and acting in terms of community. It also means combating the structural causes of poverty, inequality, the lack of work, land, and housing, the denial of social and labor rights. Religious leaders should be in the forefront of cultivating this kind of universal openness, a love capable of transcending borders as the basis of a social friendship that excludes no one, and a fraternity that is open to all. Talking to young people, Pope Francis cautions them against the temptation to build a culture of walls, to raise walls, walls in the heart, walls on the land, in order to prevent this encounter with other cultures and with other people. The call for reconciliation and forgiveness, together with a firm adherence to nonviolence, is an integral part of our challenge as artisans of peace. Here again, we see fraternity extinguishes war. To see your opponent not as an enemy, but as your brother and sister. In fact, this is the tragic image of the war in Ukraine and Russia, who are also really brothers in culture and in fact, even in ethnic origin, the Slavic people. And yet now they are at war with each other. Three obligations rooted in human and supernatural fraternity is the duty of solidarity, the duty of social justice, the duty of universal charity. The call for reconciliation and forgiveness, together with a firm adherence to nonviolence, is an integral part of our challenge as artisans of peace. Jesus never promoted violence or intolerance, states Pope Francis. He openly condemned the use of force to gain power over others. Instead, the gospel tells us to forgive 70 times 7. These then, my friends, are the three dimensions in the call for religious leaders to cultivate fraternity and social friendship. To promote first, human dignity and human rights. Second, to create a culture of encounter and work, thirdly, and work for a just peace. Social friendship and universal fraternity, Pope Francis reminds us, necessarily call for an acknowledgement of the worth of every human person, always and everywhere. Thank you for your attention.
Fraternal universalism. We are all brothers and sisters under the fatherhood of God, regardless of race, religion, and culture. Thank you so much, Most Reverend Antonio Ledesma, for that beautiful presentation. Last but not the least, our final speaker is His Excellency Dr. Seng Somoni, Secretary of State, Ministry of Religion and Cults, the Royal Government of Cambodia. He studied Buddhism until he completed his PhD in Public Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome His Excellency Dr. Seng Somoni to the podium with a round of applause.
Welcome, everybody. Now, I want to speak Cambodia, but I have slide for red there. ជាបឋម ខ្ញុំសូមគោរពនិងដឹងគុណលោកស្រីបណ្ឌិត ហាក់ចាហានមុន ស្ថាបនិក UPS ជាទីគោរពដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់ សូមគោរពលោកអេណាត់ដកាល ប្រធាន UPS ប្រចាំតំបន់អាស៊ីប៉ាស៊ីហ្វិក ជាទីគោរព និងឯកឧត្តមសហប្រធាន ដែលមានវត្តមានក្នុងទីនេះ ជាទីគោរព សូមគោរពនិងស្វាគមន៍ សមាជិកសមាជិកានៃអង្គសន្និសីទទាំងមូលជាទីគោរព ថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំមានប្រធានបទមួយដើម្បីចូលរួមក្នុងសន្និសីទរបស់យើង គឺទាក់ទងនឹងការដោះស្រាយជម្លោះប្រកបដោយសន្តិភាពតាមរយៈជំនឿសាសនា ក្នុងនោះនឹងបង្ហាញអំពីគោលការណ៍សន្តិភាព យោងតាមស្មារតីទស្សនៈសន្តិភាពជាសកល យើងអាចលើកឡើងជាប្រធានបទបង្ហាញអំពីទស្សនៈរួមសម្រាប់ឧបទ្វីបកូរ៉េ ក៏ដូចជាបញ្ហាបណ្ដាប្រទេសនានានៅលើសកលលោកយើងនេះផងដែរ ក្នុងនោះការយោគយល់ការអត់ឱនក្នុងចំណោមមេដឹកនាំនិងមេដឹកនាំ មហាជននិងមហាជន រួមទាំងអ្នកពាក់ព័ន្ធទាំងអស់ដែលមានវត្តមាននៅជុំវិញបញ្ហាទាំងអស់នេះ ដើម្បីធ្វើការបង្ហាញអំពីទស្សនៈជំនឿសាសនាដែលពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងការដោះស្រាយជម្លោះតាមបែបសន្តិភាពនេះ ខ្ញុំសូមលើកគោលការណ៍ដូចខាងក្រោម 1. សូមគាំទ្រសេចក្តីសម្រេចចិត្តនៃកិច្ចប្រជុំកំពូលពិភពលោកឆ្នាំ 2022 ស្តីពីដំណើរឆ្ពោះទៅកាន់សន្តិភាពនិងវិបលភាពប្រកបដោយចីរភាពនៅឧបទ្វីបកូរ៉េ ដែលបានប្រព្រឹត្តធ្វើឡើងនៅថ្ងៃទី 13 ខែកុម្ភៈឆ្នាំ 2022 នៅទីក្រុងសេអ៊ូល សាធារណរដ្ឋកូរ៉េ ទាំងស្រុងដែលមាន 17 ចំណុច ទី 2 ការកសាងស្ពានមេត្រីភាពរវាងប្រទេសទាំងពីរក្នុងវប្បធម៌តែមួយ ទី3ការដាក់ចុះនៅទុរៈធ្ងន់ធ្ងរក្នុងចំណោមមេដឹកនាំនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសទាំងពីរហើយកាន់យកនៅសំណុំពរនិងមតិមហាជនដែលបានសម្រេចជាឯកច្ឆន្ទតាមមតិប្រជាធិបតេយ្យបែបសន្តិភាពនិយមទី4ការពិភាក្សាទាំងឡាយលើការដោះស្រាយវិបត្តិខាងលើនេះក៏បីឈរលើផលប្រយោជន៍រួមដោយមិនលំអៀងឆន្ទៈរួមដោយមិនទទួលឥទ្ធិពលពីខាងក្រៅឬការផ្ដួលរំលំគ្នាដោយហេតុផលណាមួយឡើយ5ការផ្ដល់ការអនុគ្រោះដល់ប្រជារាស្ត្រដែលជាជាតិសាសន៍តែមួយដោយក្តីអាណិតអាសូរមេត្តាករុណាក្នុងការរស់នៅរបស់ប្រជាជនគ្រប់រូបដែលមានប្រាថ្នាចង់បានសន្តិភាពរស់នៅក្នុងសន្តិភាពអភិវឌ្ឍខ្លួនអភិវឌ្ឍជាតិដោយសន្តិភាព6ដាក់មានអ្នកចុះក្នុងចំណោមមេដឹកនាំដោយតាំងចិត្តក្នុងខ្លួនថាជាប្រជារាស្ត្រមួយរូបដែលមានសិទ្ធិនិងមានអ្វីៗស្មើគ្នានឹងអ្នកដទៃទៀតនៅលើโลกនេះហើយធ្វើកិច្ចការដើម្បីបម្រើគ្នាទៅវិញទៅមកដោយមិនប្រកាន់និន្នាការនយោបាយសាសនាពណ៌សម្បុរឬវងត្រកូលណាមួយឡើយទី7ការកសាងមូលដ្ឋានគ្រឹះក្នុងចំណោមយុវជនគ្រប់ស្រទាប់វណ្ណៈឲ្យស្គាល់អំពីតម្លៃពិតនៃសន្តិភាពទី8គួរប្រើប្រាស់យន្តការនយោបាយឈ្នះឈ្នះរបស់សម្ដេចអគ្គមហាសេនាបតីតេជោហ៊ុនសែនមេដឹកនាំគំរូនៃប្រទេសកម្ពុជាដែលបានអនុវត្តកន្លងមកគឺការផ្ដល់អនុគ្រោះដល់ជីវិត1ការផ្ដល់កម្មសិទ្ធិ1និងផ្ដល់មុខរបរឬក៏មុខងារមួយជាយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រនាំមកនូវសន្តិភាពនៅកម្ពុជា9គ្រប់យន្តការសាសនានិងអ្នកផ្សព្វផ្សាយវេទិកាសន្ទនាការពិគ្រោះយោបល់នានាគ្រប់ផ្នែកគ្រប់វិស័យត្រូវបានអនុវត្តឲ្យព្រមគ្នាក្នុងដំណើរឆ្ពោះទៅរកការបង្រួបបង្រួមផ្សះផ្សាធ្វើឲ្យជានីដល់គ្នានឹងគ្នាទោះបីសកម្មភាពតូចឬលក្ខណៈបែបណាក៏ដោយត្រូវផ្សារភ្ជាប់ទៅនឹងគោលដៅសន្តិភាពដោយមិនលំអៀងគោលការណ៍9ចំណុចនេះអាចធ្វើឲ្យមានការប្រែប្រួលការគិតក្នុងចំណោមអ្នកមេគំនិតទាំងឡាយក្នុងប្រទេសទាំងពីរប៉ុន្តែអ្វីទាំងអស់ឆ្លើយតបបានអាស្រ័យពេលវេលានិងការសម្រេចចិត្តថាតើមេដឹកនាំនៃបណ្ដាប្រទេសទាំងពីរមានការសម្រេចចិត្តខ្ពស់ដែរឬទេខ្ញុំសូមសាកល្បងបកស្រាយគោលការណ៍ដែលបានលើកឡើងមកនេះដូចជាគោលការណ៍ទី2ការចងសម្ព័ន្ធមេត្រីភាពរវាងប្រទេសទាំងពីរក្នុងវប្បធម៌ទាំងមួយដូចជាការរៀបអាពាហ៍ពិពាហ៍កូនចៅប្រុសស្រីដែលអាចធ្វើឲ្យសម្ព័ន្ធមេត្រីផ្សះផ្សាភ្ជាប់គ្នាការផ្ដល់ឲ្យប្រជាជនទាំងពីរចូលរួមក្នុងពិធីបុណ្យជាតិធ្វើឲ្យពួកគេទទួលបាននូវការយល់ដឹងអំពីតម្លៃជាតិតម្លៃវប្បធម៌ជាតិប្រពៃណីជាតិនិងមានការស្រឡាញ់គោរពប្រពៃណីជាតិហើយអាចលះបង់នៅទម្លាប់អាក្រក់ដែលដិតដាមមកអំពីអតីតកាលបន្តិចម្ដងមួយទៀតនយោបាយឈ្នះឈ្នះរបស់សម្ដេចហ៊ុនសែនបានផ្ដល់នូវសក្ខីកម្មយ៉ាងធំធេងសម្រាប់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាទទួលបានពន្លឺសន្តិភាពរហូតដល់បច្ចុប្បន្ននេះក្នុងនោះកម្ពុជាបានចងចាំនិងដឹងគុណនយោបាយឈ្នះឈ្នះគ្រប់គ្នានៅទូទាំងប្រទេស ដោយលើកឡើងនៅទ្រឹស្ដីថាអរគុណសន្តិភាពអរគុណសម្ដេចហ៊ុនសែនឯកអគ្គមគ្គុទ្ទេសកសន្តិភាពនៅកម្ពុជាថែមទាំងបានកសាងវិមានឈ្នះឈ្នះជានិមិត្តរូបទុកបង្ហាញដល់យុវជនជំនាន់ក្រោយជាកេរមរតកនៃប្រជាជាតិមួយនេះទន្ទឹមនឹងនោះការបញ្ចប់សង្គ្រាមតាមយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រឈ្នះឈ្នះនេះយើងអាចនិយាយបានថាជាការបញ្ចប់សង្គ្រាមដោយស្ម័គ្រចិត្តហើយទទួលបានផលប្រយោជន៍ស្មើគ្នាគ្មានអ្នកឈ្នះក៏គ្មានអ្នកចាញ់គឺឈ្នះស្មើគ្នាដែលកម្ពុជាមានពាក្យមួយឃ្លាថាឈ្នះដោយកិត្តិយសមិនតែប៉ុណ្ណោះការកសាងមិត្តភាពរវាងភាគីទាំងពីរបានត្រូវថែរក្សាដោយយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ខ្ពស់បំផុតរហូតមកដល់បច្ចុប្បន្ននេះដោយគិតចាប់តាំងពីថ្ងៃទី29ខែធ្នូឆ្នាំ1998កន្លងមកចំណុចនេះតើប្រទេសកូរ៉េទាំងពីរអាចយកធ្វើជាការអនុវត្តនៅយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រឈ្នះឈ្នះនេះប្រើប្រាស់ក្នុងការរកសន្តិភាពនៅក្នុងឧបទ្វីបកូរ៉េបានដែរឬទេតាមយោបល់ខ្ញុំគិតថាបានព្រោះប្រទេសទាំងពីរមានដើមកំណើតតែមួយហើយក៏មានបំណងចង់ឲ្យបាននៅមិនចង់បាននៅសភាពការបែបបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះគឺចង់បានសន្តិភាពពេញបរិបូរណ៍ចំណុចទី9យន្តការសាសនានិងសកម្មភាពផ្សព្វផ្សាយខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការបង្ហាញខ្លីៗដោយពេលវេលារបស់យើងមានការកំណត់ទី1យន្តការសាសនាតាមការសិក្សាស្រាវជ្រាវបង្ហាញឲ្យឃើញថាមនុស្សគ្រប់រូបមានជំនឿរៀងៗខ្លួនតាមលក្ខខណ្ឌដែលអាចធ្វើទៅបានឬក៏ទទួលយកបានដើម្បីជាពំនឹងក្នុងចិត្តព្រោះហេតុផលនៃជំនឿកើតចេញពីមូលហេតុពីរយ៉ាងទី1គឺកើតអំពីការភិតភ័យទី2ការចង់បានសេចក្តីសម្រេចនៅសេចក្តីប្រាថ្នារបស់ខ្លួនក្នុងចំណោមនេះកាលណាយើងអាចបំបត្តិភិតភ័យបានយើងមានលំនឹងក្នុងអារម្មណ៍នោះក៏កើតសេចក្តីជឿជាក់ទី2កាលណាសេចក្តីប្រាថ្នារបស់យើងបានសម្រេចយើងនឹងសប្បាយចិត្តឧទាហរណ៍យើងចង់បានសន្តិភាពដូច្នេះរាល់ទ្រឹស្ដីសន្តិភាពពេលយើងបានស្ដាប់ហើយយើងសប្បាយចិត្តហើយសកម្មភាពអនុវត្តបានសម្រេចទៀតយើងជឿជាក់មុតមមចំពោះសកម្មភាពទាំងអស់នោះម្យ៉ាងទៀតសាសនាអាចចូលរួមចំណែកទប់លំនឹងសន្តិភាពឲ្យប្រសើរឡើងដូចជាកម្ពុជាយើងទទួលបានលទ្ធផលពីជំនឿសាសនាទាំងអស់មានសុខដុមនីយកម្មនឹងគ្នាហើយបានបំពេញបេសកកម្មថែរក្សាការពារនិងអភិវឌ្ឍប្រទេសជាតិជាមួយរាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលដោយមានការលើកឡើងថាកងពុទ្ធចក្រនិងអាណាចក្រត្រូវដើរទន្ទឹមគ្នាដើម្បីជាតិមាតុភូមិតែមួយហេតុនេះបានជារាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលកម្ពុជាទទួលគោរពនិងអនុវត្តរដ្ឋធម្មនុញ្ញមាត្រា43ដោយបើកទូលាយខាងសេរីភាពនិងការប្រតិបត្តិលើជំនឿសាសនាក្នុងនោះបានចែងនៅក្នុងរដ្ឋធម្មនុញ្ញបញ្ជាក់ថាប្រជាពលរដ្ឋខ្មែរទាំងពីរភេទមានសិទ្ធិពេញទីខាងជំនឿសេរីភាពខាងជំនឿនិងការប្រតិបត្តិខាងផ្លូវសាសនាត្រូវបានរដ្ឋធានាក្នុងលក្ខខណ្ឌដែលមិនប៉ះពាល់ដល់ជំនឿឬសាសនាដទៃទៀតដល់សន្តិភាពនិងសន្តិសុខសាធារណៈ ព្រះពុទ្ធសាសនាជាសាសនារបស់រដ្ឋនេះមើលឲ្យឃើញថាសាសនាក៏មានតួនាទីយ៉ាងសំខាន់ក្នុងការដោះស្រាយវិបត្តិនានាដែលអាចកើតមានឡើងនៅក្នុងសង្គមដោយពិតប្រាកដជាឧទាហរណ៍បទពិសោធន៍អំពីសកម្មភាពសាសនានៅកម្ពុជាដែលបានចូលរួមចំណែកជាមួយរាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលក្នុងការកសាងសន្តិភាពក្នុងនោះរួមមានកសាងតួអង្គសីលធម៌ស្មារតីសន្តិភាពបន្តផ្សព្វផ្សាយគ្រប់រូបភាពនិងគ្រប់ស្រទាប់មនុស្សដើម្បីឲ្យយល់ច្បាស់ជឿជាក់និងទទួលយកហើយអនុវត្តបានពេលខ្លះយើងបង្កើតកម្មវិធីតាមបែបសាសនាកម្មវិធីសន្ទនាសុខដុមមនីយកម្មគ្រប់រូបភាពគ្រប់ទ្រឹស្ដីសាសនាកម្មវិធីផ្សព្វផ្សាយទ្រឹស្ដីសាសនាគោលការណ៍សុខសន្តិភាពតាមបែបសាសនាជាដើមចំណុចទាំងអស់នេះអាចរួមចំណែកក្នុងការកសាងសន្តិភាពខ្ញុំសូមចូលរួមយោបល់ប៉ុណ្ណេះដើម្បីជាវិភាគទាននៃគំនិតក្នុងការស្វែងរកសន្តិភាពនៅឧបទ្វីបកូរ៉េតាមរយៈសន្និសីទនាពេលនេះសូមគោរពជូនពរដល់អង្គពិធីទាំងមូលទទួលបានជោគជ័យក្នុងដំណើរការសន្និសីទនាពេលនេះសូមគោរពសូមអរគុណ
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Seng Somoni, for that very sincere presentation. Now for our commentaries, we have only one commentator, and she is Mrs. Teresia Kittle. She is the Senior Advisor of the Women's Federation for World Peace Asia Pacific. This time, she spends most of her time coaching women all over the world in the 6 intimacy skills to end divorce in the world. Excellencies, Reverences, let's welcome Mrs. Teresia Kittle to the podium with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to focus on one part of the title of our session, and that is conflict resolution and the role of women. So actually, I want to address mostly women at this point. I'm sorry. But I think women are the keepers of the relationships and the marriage. So since 2018, I have studied and practiced 6 skills that help our marriage to be very peaceful. And they are called 6 intimacy skills. The first one is to practice self-care. So for me, that means sometimes taking a nap when I'm very tired, or reading religious scriptures, praying, taking a walk, anything that makes me happy, talking with other women over a cup of coffee, anything that puts a smile on my face. Because if I'm happy, then I can make my husband happy. So skill number 1 is to practice self-care, good self-care. And skill number 2 is very important because men need to be respected. So it is to respect our husbands. And that means not to criticize our husband in any way, but trusting him that he has maybe a different way of doing things, but in the end, the goal will be achieved. So it also means not to nag, like asking for something twice and also not correcting him. It means also not to telling our husbands what to do. This is actually very difficult to practice. But no one really likes to be told what to do. So especially we should not tell our husbands what to do. And also not to complain. But there is another way to inspire our husbands instead of doing those negative things, is to express our desires in a way that inspires them. And that is to say, I want this and this, or I would love to do this and this. And then if the husband agrees, it's very nice and makes us happy, but also there is the possibility that he will not do it, and that is okay too. So to accept either outcome and not to demand something. But the basic baseline is my husband loves me and he wants me to be happy. So if I trust that fact, then I can accept also sometimes that he cannot fulfill a certain thing that I would like. Then the next skill is, skill number 3 is to give up control. Sometimes out of fear, we want to control how everything is done in the house and with the children, with the finances. But I let completely my husband take care of the finances, and he's happy to do it, and he does it very well, much better than I could do it. I know. And also, it's important to accept any kind of help from the husband, any kind of compliment, any kind of gift. Sometimes we need to think a little bit, really, all the different gifts that I'm receiving from my husband. Even my husband having a meal with me is a gift. Having a conversation with me is a gift. Any kind of help. My husband always sharpens my knives. It's so nice to have sharp knives. It's a great gift. And actually accepting gifts is the ultimate giving up of control by just accepting whatever we receive. And then as a woman, my role is to receive, receive, receive. That is how God created us. So, and my husband, he feels like my hero when I receive what he gives. So that is also one of the skills. That is skill number 4. And skill number 5 is being vulnerable. So we live always together during the COVID time, every day, every week, for 2 years, always in a small studio together. Then sometimes somebody, he may have said something that hurt me. Every man does that sometimes. It just can't be quite avoided when we're so close together. And then the best thing is to say, ouch, and then nothing else, to be quiet and to maybe remove myself from the situation and let him think, what is it that hurt me? Because I'm so important to him. He doesn't want to hurt me. So, but letting him know that I was hurt, and also, not to get into arguments and not to hurt each other, and not to masking my hurt with anger, but rather to let tears come and let him see that I'm vulnerable. So that is being vulnerable. Anyway, there are many details. Actually, I'm studying with the women I'm coaching. I'm studying 2 books together, online or in our studio, wherever we can meet. And then we study many details of how to apply these skills, how to we help each other to understand and to yeah, we share with each other many things that we keep private, we keep confidential, and you help each other go beyond difficulties and to overcome any kind of desire of wanting to divorce, which anyway, our family federation members not so much in danger of because of the good teachings of our Father and Mother Moon. And skill number 6 is, you probably do already, you express at least 3 gratitudes every day to our husbands. That is a very good practice for everyone, to have a gratitude journal, to write down our gratitude and also to express it out in words or even in a message or in any way to express those gratitudes. So these are the 6 skills that help very much to keep our relationship very peaceful. And it's not only for our husbands, it's also very good for our children, especially our adult children. It's good for people we work with. It can be applied in any situation. And it, like today, the Most Reverend Antonio Ledesma said, he emphasized dignity, human dignity. Actually, when we don't get angry, when we don't get into fights, we feel dignified. We feel dignity. If we get into fights, we actually lose our dignity if we get angry. So this intimacy skills, they are applied on the family level. But when we can have a peaceful family, automatically we contribute to a peaceful society. And the peaceful society contributes to a peaceful nation, and the peaceful nation to a peaceful world. So I think on this micro level of the family, it's very effective to apply these intimacy skills. Then also from the Most Reverend Antonio Ledesma, we heard about asserting human rights in the family. In our relationship, many times I sacrifice being right for keeping my good relationship with my husband. I don't insist on being right. And I think that is also important for conflict resolution. And then creating a culture of encounter. It reminds me of my little village in Austria where I grew up. We had Catholics and Protestants, and they had separate churches. But while I was still a teenager, we started visiting each other's churches and getting to know each other's culture and getting to know each other better, and giving each other opportunity to come closer. And I feel this is exactly what is happening here. There are people from all different religions, different cultures, and we are getting to know each other and coming closer to each other and contribute to peace in this way. And I appreciate very much today the presentation of Datu Bindi Rajasegaran and her involvement with the Rotarians. I feel very much grateful to the Rotarians for all that they have contributed to building peace in the world, in all parts of the world. It was an excellent presentation. And then also I am enthusiastic about the win-win strategy of Samdech Hun Sen that was talked about by His Excellency Dr. Singh Samoni. And then Acharya Dr. Srivastava Goswami, he emphasized how Father and Moon have shown the way how to unite. So I'm grateful that we have this kind of rich culture and teaching to learn from, to be immersed in. And I wish all of you peace. Thank you very much.
Wives, sisters, those formula were tested, proven, and it works. Those who would like to try, get a copy from Mother Teresa. Thank you, Mrs. Teresia Kittle, for those wonderful thoughts. For my concluding remarks, there you are. That ends session 4 on conflict resolution and the role of faith-based organizations, NGOs, and women. What remains with each one of us are our takeaways. Hoping all of these can be translated into actions, our contributions, so that you and us together in creating a global culture of peace for our children and our children's children. Thank you for being such a wonderful participants. In behalf of the Universal Peace Federation, thank you for having us. Once again, to our speakers and commentators who really prepared their presentation for this conference, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Once more, let's show our appreciation to our speakers and commentators with another big round of applause. Looking forward to seeing you again in our future activities. Peace, shalom, namaste, salam alaikum, amen, amin, adieu, maraming salamat.
Yes, thank you so much to all the speakers, commentators, and the moderator of the session 4, conflict resolution and the role of faith-based organization, NGOs, and women. We would like to ask all the members of the dais to please stand in front for the picture taking. And I am sure everyone learned a lot from this session. Thank you so much. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all the sessions on the first day of the International Leadership Conference, Asia Pacific Region. Can we give a round of applause to everyone who is here present right now? Thank you so much. And to inform everyone, we will have the dinner here, but it will be served 5:30 in the afternoon. Okay, just to inform everyone, today's dinner is plated, full course plated.